Good morning, everybody. We have an issue downstairs. We have such interest from the public today that we've got an overflow room downstairs should have a streaming connection to the meeting. That's not currently working, so we're going to delay by 5 minutes to see if we can get that working so that people downstairs can participate too, especially since they've given their time to come and see this debate today. It would be sad if they couldn't take part or watch it at least. Thank you, everybody. The problem with the streaming is resolved. Therefore, I would like to welcome members of the public to this meeting of the council, particularly those watching the live stream in the council's YouTube channel and everybody who's joined us here today in New Shire Hall. The council supports the principles of transparency and encourages the filming, recording and taking photographs at its meetings that are open to the public. Members are therefore advised that this meeting may be filmed, recorded or photographed. Can I ask members to turn their mobile phones to silent or vibrate whilst the meeting is taking place? There is no fire alarm test scheduled for today, so if the alarm sounds, I will adjourn the meeting and we'll make our way downstairs via the fire escape in the corridor behind you. The muster point is at the far end of the building. Do I have any apologies? So on my list here, I've got apologies from councillors Jonas King, Dan Schumann. Oh, sorry, let's go through those properly, actually. Yes, please.
Yes, we have apologies from Councillor Hoy and Councillor Batchelor, and Councillor Smith will be attending from lunchtime. And there's been an accident on the A14, which has delayed Councillors Jonas King and Councillor Dan Schumann, who will come obviously when they can.
Thank you. Are there any other apologies? Thank you. The first item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes of the meeting of the council held on the 7th of February 2023. The council is asked to agree these as a correct record. If any member does not agree, would you raise your hand now, please? Thank you. So those are agreed. An updated motions log is also included in the published papers for this meeting for your information and in order to report on progress. Whilst I'll not be reopening debate on any motion in the motions log, I will take questions and comments. If you wish to pursue actions further, you'll need to contact the allocated officer outside this meeting. Would anybody like to comment on the motions log? No. Thank you. Thank you. Next is Chair's announcements, and I have several announcements to make. It is with great regret that I report the recent death of former County Councillor Geoffrey Willard, who represented the Newmarket No. 1 and Burwell decision on behalf of the Conservative Party from 1974 to 1993. The council's thoughts are with his family and friends at this very sad time. I'd like to invite Councillor Goldsack, who knew Geoffrey well, to say a few words.
Thank you, Chair. It's fair to say in Geoffrey Willard, we had a character who was full of life and larger than life. I had the pleasure of Geoffrey being a customer of mine for many years, and we shared many a debate over a cup of tea, which often made a half-an-hour meeting into a 3-hour meeting. Geoffrey will be sadly missed by his community. He actually only recently, in the last 18 months, packed up being a parish councillor, a town councillor for Soham. And I would just like to pass on our condolences to Geoffrey and his family and thank him for all the work that he did for the people of Cambridgeshire. Thank you.
So can I ask the council to stand in memory of Geoffrey? Thank you. Please be seated. As chair of the council, I attended the following events: the Cambridgeshire Apprenticeship Awards, Magpass Air Ambulance Reception with the Royal Patron, Her Royal Highness the Princess Royal, Huntingdon's Pancake Flipathon, in which I finished second, just saying, flag raising for the first anniversary of the invasion of Ukraine at New Shire Hall, flag raising for Commonwealth and St Patrick's Day at New Shire Hall, and a visit to the Competent Village College yesterday to mark bringing online its new £3 million ground source heat pump energy system. That concludes the announcements for today. Next is an item on the declarations of interest. Under this item, members are asked to declare. Oh, sorry, my mistake. I skipped one. Thank you. Number 3 is report of the county returning officer. The next item is to note the report of the county returning officer, which sets out the result of the recent by-election. This is included in your agenda on page 18. I'd like to welcome Councillor Geoffrey Seif to his first full council meeting.
Thank you, Chairman. I look forward to working with council colleagues and look forward to being amongst you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Seif. So once again, now next is an item on declarations of interest. Under this item, members are asked to declare interests under the Code of Conduct in any item on the agenda for today's meeting, if they're not already registered on the Register of Interests. Can I have any declarations now, please? Councillor Willard.
Thank you, Chair. I believe it's item 10A, which is the Councillor Dupre's motion on photo voter ID. I would like to declare here, after I took advice from the monitoring officer on this, that I have been involved in some projects in my not-for-profit third sector role along the lines of research on voter ID, as well as advising the Mayor of London and other stakeholders on the implementation of voter ID, including a project on voter ID dissemination. So just so you know the perspective I'm coming from in this debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other declarations? Councillor Gough.
Yes, thank you. With respect to items 7 and 10, I have in my role as a past member of the GCP Executive Board been involved in previous steps in the development of those proposals.
Thank you. No other declarations? Thank you. Before we move to the next item, I wish to inform members that as chair, I've exercised my discretion to adapt the agenda of this meeting to make sure it can be as inclusive as possible to members of the public who are keen to attend or follow key items online. I have therefore used my discretion to allow 2 items which have already generated high levels of public interest to be dealt with at specific times on this agenda and be linked to any public questions or petitions related to them. This means at this point, members will hear public questions and receive a petition relating to the proposed Camborne to Cambridge C2C transport route. You will then debate item 7 on your agenda. Then at approximately 1 p.m, full council will debate the motion put by Councillor Steve Count. This motion will follow a petition on the same subject being presented to members and public questions. So item number 5 is public questions, which allows members of the public to ask questions at the council meeting, provided they have given advance notice. Members will wish to note that given the significance of the items on the agenda today, I have exercised my discretion and accepted any eligible public questions submitted before the deadline. The council has received notice of 6 questions, the content of which has been circulated electronically to all members and published on the council's website. Can I please ask Sarah Hughes, Campaign Support Officer for Cambridge Sustainable Travel Alliance, to come forward and ask her question, please? Oh, she's on Zoom. Hello. Hello, Sarah.
Hello. My question, as you said, is from the Cambridgeshire Sustainable Travel Alliance. Last week, the Secretary of State for Transport announced cuts to the budget for active travel schemes in England outside London. It is estimated that 2/3 of the previously promised funding will be lost. Moreover, central government funding for buses lacks a sustainable long-term plan. In February, the government did extend the bus recovery grant, but the decision was only announced at the very last minute, so some companies had already registered short notice service withdrawals, and the extension was for a mere 3 months. Fuel duty currently generates the Treasury approximately £25 billion per year. That is approximately 2.8% of all receipts. This revenue will decline rapidly and eventually reduce to zero as the country transitions to electric vehicles. The sale of new petrol and diesel cars and vans will end in just 7 years' time. Since MPs recently revealed there are no plans to implement or to consider implementing a road pricing scheme in the UK, it appears there is no plan to replace this lost revenue. Given the continued reduction of realistic funding from central government for sustainable transport, does the chair of the Highways and Transport Committee think that it is becoming increasingly urgent that our region does its utmost to take back control of vital local bus services, alongside improving active travel opportunities, and work to deliver a reliable funding source for the future?
Thank you. Councillor Beckett.
Thank you, Chair. And firstly, thank you, Sarah, for raising this important question. And I'm sad you weren't able to make it and join us here in person today. Within this administration, we're clear how importantly we take active travel, and it's disappointing that government is reducing its active travel funding nationally. Clearly, walking, cycling and wheeling remain absolutely vital to Cambridgeshire's future. In Cambridge, we've already seen that 30% of people cycling to work, and our administration is keen to enable this kind of modal shift across the county. We're assembling an active travel centre of excellence to maximise the funding we receive in this area and lead the way in developing and delivering active travel pipelines. Active travel should not be considered a bolt-on, an extra, a nice to have, but rather it should be integrated into how we consider transport. The Combined Authority bus strategy to develop a more convenient, attractive and easy to use bus network was consulted on earlier this year and is up for approval at the CPCA board in March. Work continues on the Bus Service Improvement Plan, BSIP, and the network review. The CPCA is investigating bus franchising, which would indeed provide greater local control of the bus network in terms of routes, frequencies, and integration. The CPCA is to provide an update on franchising in May, where the Mayor and CPCA board would determine whether to progress franchising to public consultation. This would be informed by an outlined business case. The GCP is exploring wider opportunities for sustainable transport funding through making connections, and will be considering the consultation results in June. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to ask a supplementary question?
Yes, please. So thank you, Councillor Beckett. Given that central government has just cut funding for active travel, as I mentioned, what will the County Council do to secure long-term sustainable funding that they control to ensure continuous investment in sustainable transport?
Thank you, Sarah, and that's obviously a really important question. It's an item that the GCP has been consulting on as part of their sustainable travel zone. They received the biggest response in their history of 24,000 responses to their current proposals. We'll obviously be looking at those responses and reporting back, But if the sustainable travel zone were to go ahead, it would add funding to the public transport that we desperately need within this county.
Thank you. So before we go on, I'd just like to remind all speakers that they have 2 minutes to ask their questions, and I will be strict in applying applying that limit, so you can see the time as you speak on the screens in front of you. So next is Anne Gaisley. Could I ask her to come forward and ask a question, please, of Councillor Machini, I think.
Thank you, sorry. So from the UK Biodiversity Action Plan descriptions, traditional orchards are hotspots for biodiversity in the countryside, supporting a wide range of wildlife, as well as an array of nationally rare and nationally scarce species. The wildlife of orchard sites depends on the mosaic of habitats they encompass, including fruit trees, scrubs, hedgerows, non-fruit trees within the orchard floor habitats, fallen deadwood and associated features. As such, they are designated habitats of primary importance and rightly accorded protections. In the C2C4 Council Agenda item number 7, it states that there will be a loss of habitat of principal importance, woodland and traditional orchard. So there is no question that the proposed route alignment will result in this loss to the environment. What is in contention, however, is that the GCP report states that the effects are expected to be lessened to non-significant between year 15 and 30 on basis of compensation habitat off-site. Steve Oram, the Orchard Biodiversity Officer for the People's Trust for Endangered Species, has stated unequivocally that the destruction of such a valuable habitat of principal importance cannot be compensated. He goes on to add that this utterly destructive proposal can never achieve biodiversity net gain due to the vast amounts of damage that it will do to an ancient orchard full of veteran trees and the enormous impact of a road going through so much previously undamaged and unfragmented countryside. I would like to add that beyond the impact on the wildlife of bisecting the orchard, which is already catastrophic, it would no longer be practically nor economically viable to manage as an orchard, and so would be lost in its entirety. My question, even assuming that councillors consider 30 years non-significant, what proof have you been presented that such mitigation is even possible?
Thank you, Councillor Machini.
Thank you very much, Anna. And I would like to start by thanking Anna for showing me around the orchard recently. We've all gone and seen it, and I know she's done that for a lot of other people as well. On the environmental statement, we have got an environmental statement that is substantially complete. We will make tweaks to graphics and technical appendices, but there's no outstanding work remaining that impacts upon the orchard. In terms of the environmental mitigation, the area where work continues is environmental mitigation, is the ambition to go beyond the statutory 10% biodiversity net gain that is required for the scheme and achieve 20%. We will continue those discussions to mitigate the impact of the scheme, and I expect it will be a key component of the public inquiry that is going to follow this, if indeed the decision today is to proceed with the TWAO. The GCP has extensively surveyed the orchard. Cotton orchard was planted around 100 years ago, and 11 of the original trees remain. We fully appreciate the importance of the orchard, and for this reason, we continue to explore ways of minimizing land take within it and to fashion an alignment that limits the adverse effects. For example, avoiding all of the original trees where one is currently impacted. I would like to encourage Anna to please take part in these discussions with us going forward, whatever happens today. We do, however, also need to consider the impact that alternative alignments that don't impact the orchard would have on other sites of interest, including, for example, Madingley Wood, which is a site of special scientific interest, and the American Cemetery, both of which would be affected if the alignment was brought towards Madingley Road. And we have to mitigate the impact against those as well.
Thank you, Ms. Gaisley. You have up to 1 minute to ask a supplementary question if you choose.
Thank you. With regards to these Woods and the American Cemetery, the alignment suggested by the Cambridge past, present and future would not impact these at all. In fact, this council has heard from the superintendent of the American Cemetery, who is in support of Coton and our campaign. My supplemental question would be, have the members of this council seen a report on Sky News just 3 days ago that highlights that for a similar mitigation scheme, National Highways planted 850,000 saplings as part of a 1.5 billion upgrade of the A14 between Cambridge and Huntingdon, 3/4 of which have since died. So we actually drove past all these dead twigs inside of a plastic tube. Wildlife cannot nest on twigs. They can't wait.
Could you ask
years.
the question, please? Thank you.
Sorry, okay, have you seen the report? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna. I haven't, but I will catch up on it. I have seen other things. I am afraid, unfortunately, we have shown that the impact of Madingley Wood and the American Cemetery is present in the alternative. I mean, that is, and we will discuss at length this report here later in the agenda, which will show that that is actually a concern. In terms of the covenant we have with the American Cemetery, the covenant includes line of sight, which is a very, very difficult aspect to take into consideration. But I will catch up on any material that is brought to my attention. I will be very pleased to do that.
Thank you. Next up is Mr. Alan Tracy, who will be asking a question of Councillor Machini.
Good morning. In connection with the C2C busway, I'm asking that the chair will please ask councillors to raise their hands if they're aware of the following 4 points. Number 1, the near universal objections to the off-road section of the C2C busway from community groups, parish councils, thousands of petitioners, CPPF, the National Trust and CPRE. And 2, the enormity of the environmental damage being inflicted by the off-road section of the busway on Greenbelt National Trust covenanted land, especially the virtual destruction of the 100-year-old Coton orchard, which Anna's been talking about, which is the largest traditional orchard in the county, the 8th largest in the UK, and which barely gets a mention in the papers for this meeting. And thirdly, the BCR of 0.43, which falls absurdly below the normal benchmark of 2. And fourthly, the availability of an on-road alternative down Madingley Hill for a mere £20 million.
Mr. Tracy, can you confirm this question was for Councillor Machini, but you seem to be addressing it to me?
As submitted, I asked it, would the chair please ask councillors?
Okay, I thought you'd been advised of this, but I'm afraid the Constitution doesn't allow me to conduct opinion polls during a meeting. We have a very formal order of business. So my answer to that question is, unfortunately, I won't be able to do that. Sorry. Do you have a supplementary question?
I do. I'm saddened, of course, I wasn't told of that before the meeting, otherwise I would have changed my question. My supplementary question concerns the costing of the off-road busway. The Department for Transport requires optimism bias to be inserted into the early stages of costings, typically up to 65%. In other words, a project costing 200 million may cost eventually 320 million, possibly. And so the optimism bias gets varied as the project proceeds. We haven't heard what optimism bias has been included in the current level of costings for the off-road busway, and I'd like to know the answer to that, please.
Councillor Machini, I think.
Mr. Chairman, if you will allow, this is a supplementary, but if you will allow me 2 minutes to answer the
You have 2
original
minutes anyway.
questions. I will answer the original questions, which was my understanding they've been answered.
So I might have cut you off. You can have 2 minutes to answer the original question. If you wish to answer the original question, then answer supplementary afterwards.
That's all right. That's no problem at all. And, you know, Mr. and Dr. Tracy are They have addressed the GCP board in the past, and I am very pleased to see them here again today. I had understood that the question was for me, and therefore here I am. I prepared an answer. It is unfortunately not correct to suggest that there are near universal objections to the scheme. We have had extensive public consultations and ongoing engagement with residents, businesses, parish councils and key stakeholders, which have shown that there is support for this scheme, and there is support for the vital role it will play in tackling existing and future transport challenges in Cambridgeshire. I am reminded in particular of the views of Camborne Community College, Cambridge Ahead and local representatives in Camborne. The environmental impacts of the scheme have been scrutinised in detail, including independently during the past consultations, and will be scrutinised in detail again if the Secretary of State does hold a public inquiry. In terms of the orchard, we fully appreciate the importance of it, and we are working to minimise land take within it, as explained previously. The BCR of 0.43 refers to the transport user benefits only. The business case estimates that wider economic impacts would increase the BCR to 1.47 or 3.48, depending on additionality. Now, we have to be very clear here. This isn't arithmetic or mathematical games we're playing. Additionality means the homes and jobs that the city deal was signed to deliver. The GCP has properly assessed the alternatives for improving public transport, and this has been confirmed by independent audit and by the CPCA 3 times. Evidence does not support the assertion that on-road bus solution would perform better, nor that an on-road bus lane could be provided at a fraction of the cost. There is insufficient space to deliver such a scheme at the more constrained points by Madingley Wood and the American Cemetery, whilst also not addressing the M11 Junction 13, which remains a constraint. So this is the answer to the original question. As for the finances, they are included in the most recent business case. It's all online.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now can I ask Marilyn Tracy to come forward and ask her question, please? You have 2 minutes to ask the question and then a 1-minute supplementary question if you so choose. And I believe this question is also for Councillor Mashini.
Good morning. The GCP paper relating to the Camborne to Cambridge project under section 2.1.2, it states the C2C scheme aims to provide better public transport, walking and cycling options in the area west of Cambridge in order to improve journey times and to address a transport constraint on growth by linking key employment and housing sites together and with the city centre. Cambridge's 2 largest and rapidly growing sites of employment are the biomedical campus to the southeast and the science park to the north. Taking real-time data from Google Maps on the morning I wrote this question, I found that the journey times were as follows. Camborne to Cambridge Science Park via the A428 and the A14, 22 minutes. Via Grange Road, 67 minutes. Camborne to the biomedical campus, Addenbrooke site, by the A428 and the M11, 30 minutes, by Grange Road, 44 minutes. The West Cambridge site may become a major site of employment in the future, but Highways England are looking at making the Girton interchange an all-ways junction, which may solve potential problems of congestion on the A1303. Using an inbound bus lane on existing infrastructure will dramatically reduce costs, give better journey times, and leave the environment intact. Given the above, could you please explain the rationale for spending over 200 million on an off-road busway which transects the Greenbelt, destroys a priority habitat, and extends journey times?
Thank you, Councillor Mashini.
Again, thank you very much, Dr. Tracy. It's lovely to see you again. A bus strategy is included in the scheme's business case, and it demonstrates the benefits of the proposed scheme. And I'm afraid, unfortunately, when we make decisions like these, we have to consider a rather more complicated pictures than what Google Maps is telling us today. Unfortunately, the growth of the West Cambridge site is happening right now. You can see the growth, you can see the building site along Madingley Road. And the South Cambridgeshire and Cambridge local plans, they make provisions for 2,350 dwellings, Camborne West, Bourne Airfield, 3,500 dwellings, West Cambridge, 10,000 jobs. The local plan provides for and depends on, for its success, on these. In terms of Girton interchange, this has previously been reviewed and discounted, or as the most truthful statement would be, there is currently no plan to carry on with it on the part of Highways England. There is no access from the A428 to the M11 or A1 307. There was no upgrade provided as part of the A14 works, and there are no plans to provide such an upgrade. It is also worth noting that provision of major new slip roads and junction upgrades would costly, complex, and require significant land take with unknown environmental impacts. The evidence does not support the assertion that an on-road bus solution would perform as well, nor that we could provide that at a fraction of the cost. And here I'm afraid I will have to refer back to the answer I've just given in order to avoid running out of time. But thank you again for coming.
Dr. Tracy, would you I'd like to ask a supplementary question.
Yes, please. Taking a journey via Grange Road is probably not going to be the optimum route to either the Science Park or the Biomedical Campus for those living in Camborne and Bourne. If you take these commuters out of your calculations, potential commuters out of your calculations, where does that leave your business case with its woeful BCR of 0.43?
Thank you, Chairman. And we can't take arbitrary commuters out of the business case. That doesn't stack up. And at the same time, you don't stop in Grange Road. The idea is that Grange Road is the last bit where you can have an off-road solution, after which the plan is that the bus would follow the U route, which is quite successful. So it would connect people to the city centre and Cambridge Station. And once again, we have addressed the BCR before, and I am not willing to reduce arguments about people's livelihoods and jobs and the growth that has been imposed upon us to a number like that. But thank you anyway.
Thank you. Next up is Heather Duquesne. No, oh, sorry, my mistake. Next up is David Cairns, Transport Lead for Coton Parish Council. Could you please come forward and ask your questions? You have 2 minutes to ask your questions and then 1 minute for an additional supplementary question if you choose. And this is also for Councillor Machini.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The papers before you and the question before you is clear. In the papers you have seen, the business case says that the benefits cost ratio of this project is low. That's the adjective used in the papers in front of you. You've already heard Councillor Machini say that there are further benefits to be developed from other developments such as housing and businesses, but of course those would come whatever bus scheme is chosen. The title of C2C is Camborne to Cambridge. In developing this project, Cambridge to Camborne is not a priority and there is no congestion. Bicycle routes are already being provided by the excellent project of the Greenways from GCP. So my question is as follows: will the council consider examining an inward bound bus route only to deliver this benefit? Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, and welcome. As we've explained a few times, so we have subjected this business case to an independent audit in 21 already, and I will have to repeat because this is very important. The scheme is intended to address not just current issues, but the planned future growth along the corridor. As such, the benefits of the scheme will increase considerably when the new homes and jobs planned along the route and required by the local plan are included. And I'm not having this dismissed or poo-pooed. This is the reason we're doing this. The provision of a greenway does not nullify the need for an active travel path. The provision of 3 new active routes, Comberton, Madingley Road, and end-to-end provision along the C2C route will play a vital role connecting communities to the west of Cambridge, and they will help the sustainable growth of the site. And this is part of an integrated infrastructure plan which the city deal was required to deliver, which will improve our creaking transport network and create better links between homes and jobs. We have, in terms of your question about on-road, explored all of them, including the inbound, and the evidence does not support the assertion that the location would perform as well. And once again, I will have to refer you to the answer I've given before on that.
Thank you. You have now have up to 1 minute for a supplementary question.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, colleagues. You've heard the answer, which I'm sure councillors are not surprised by. So, councillors, the choice now is before you. The future direction of this discussion will either be a public inquiry, lawyers and court, or an opportunity to do something together. I'm sure that many of you who live locally are fed up to back teeth with this project. I'm sure that many of you live further away. It's a long way away, and it's not really in your position to care very much. But this, of course, is crucial for our small part of Cambridgeshire. So the question to you all, and the question to you, Councillor Mancini, is this a project that you would like to together with us and deliver the benefits without destroying the countryside, or is something you intend to pursue as planned? Thank you.
And the answer to that, of course, is that the project, if the decision doesn't go ahead today, we will respond appropriately. If decision does go ahead today, that will be a final decision for the Secretary of State. That's how these things actually work. And I would like to actually not allow people to think that we're just doing this to people. This has been 10 years in the making, 4 public consultations, an environmental impact assessment, 3 independent reviews. We've been doing this together with people for as long as it's been possible, most of which without anything to do with me, because I've only come here really quite recently. And we will continue to do this together with people as much as is possible, but we can't make alternatives viable when they are not. Thank you.
Thank you. Then finally, in this section, can I ask Mrs. Heather de Quinney, Chair of North Newnham Residents Association, to come forward and ask her question, please. You have 2 minutes to ask your question and then 1 minute to ask a supplementary question. And this question, for a change, is to Councillor Mancini.
Chair, thank you for the opportunity to put a question to this meeting. As you said, I'm the chair of the North Newnham Residents Association, so I'm coming at this from a slightly different angle from some of the previous speakers. The NNRA supports efforts to improve public transport links into central Cambridge from its satellite communities. They are a key part of the city's development strategy. We welcome the decision, backed up by the Environment Impact Assessment, to direct the route from the university's West Cambridge site into the city via the Rifle Range track and not Adams Road. The segregation of traffic is essential to protecting the safety of all road users. Our week-long traffic survey in 2019 revealed that Adams Road is the busiest peak time cycle route in the city, with well over 800 bicycle movements an hour at its busiest time, as well as more than 200 pedestrian movements. These numbers have increased since then and will continue to increase as the university moves more of its departments into the West Cambridge site. However, the scheme to restrict car parking in the North Newnham area, which for this purpose includes Clerk Maxwell Road, not part of our organisation, shows no signs of progress. We estimated in November 2015, yes, more than 7 years ago, that there were about 450 cars a day parked in our area alone. That would probably be increased by well over 100 if Clerk Maxwell Road were included. Most of the cars seem to belong to commuters. A well thought out parking scheme could offer a welcome supplementary revenue stream to the council. But the major concern is the hazard that these vehicles represent to pedestrians and cyclists. Residents and users of college buildings can struggle to get in and out of their drives safely.
Could you get to your question, please? Sorry.
Sightlines are obscured and turning circles reduced. The junction of Wilberforce and Adams Road with the entrance to the university sports ground and the start of the Coton footpath is a particularly hazardous area. Will the County Council please commit to carrying out the necessary work in consultation with local residents to make Adams Road and the surrounding streets and junctions safe for all their users?
Councillor Mancini.
Thank you very much. In this particular question, very welcome, Heather. Thank you. Very good to see you. I will be extremely brief. I understand the GCP has committed to undertake the improvements on Adams Road. This will complement the wider Camborne to Cambridge scheme and as part of the City Deal Sustainable Transport Programme. Work is ongoing. It's actually currently being done now. It is scheduled for delivery in 2024, and we will write you with the detail about that.
You have 1 minute for a supplementary question if you choose.
I don't need to ask very much of a supplementary question. I welcome your assurances. I'm conscious during the morning you've emphasised the importance of integrated schemes, joining this up with the cycleway and what have you. Can you please assure us that that's not going to delay things any longer and confirm the sort of timetable that you've indicated in writing after this meeting?
I absolutely do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the questions for this morning, but we will be hearing more public questions this afternoon before the debate on the Making Connections proposal petition. So next is a petition which allows members of the public to present petitions in accordance with the agreed protocol. I am proposing now to take one petition from the public and take the other petition this afternoon. Details of the petition have been emailed to members and published on the council's website prior to the council meeting. This petition relates to the Camborne to Cambridge busway and was received by the deadline to allow spokesperson to speak. It contains 2,407 signatures. And now I can invite the petition organizer or their nominee to speak to the meeting. So could I ask Mr. James Littlewood, Chief Executive, Cambridge Past, Present and Future, to speak to the petition? You have 3 minutes.
Morning, councillors. I'm presenting this petition on behalf of my charity, as well as the parish councils of Coton and Hardwick, Coton Busway Action Group, Coton Loves Pollinators, and Save the West Fields. As of this morning, 7,500 people have signed a petition asking you to save the Coton Green Corridor, spare Cambridge's largest remaining traditional orchard, and find a better transport solution. Part of the GCP's proposed bus road runs through land that was purchased by my charity in the 1930s and protected by the National Trust to preserve the historic setting of Coton and Madingley villages and the valued landscapes around them. David Attenborough has recently said, "Never has there been a more important time to invest in our own wildlife, to try and set an example for the rest of the world and restore our once wild isles for future generations." We submitted a proposal to the GCP in 2021 that would avoid causing irrecoverable harm to ecology and landscape and with fewer carbon emissions. It also addresses the problem that this scheme is trying to solve, which is congestion on the A1303 Madingley Hill from the roundabout at the A428 to the M11 in Cambridge. Bus lanes and priority measures would enable buses to bypass this congestion. There is enough space for our scheme without harming Madingley Wood and the American Cemetery. I know, I've measured it, and an independent auditor confirmed our scheme is viable and worthy of consideration. Our proposal would meet the requirement in the local plan to provide a reliable public transport link between Camborne and Cambridge. Our proposal would support buses running directly to the biomedical campus via the M11 and the science park via the A428, as well as to central Cambridge. In our scheme, the cycle route does not go over the highest hill in Cambridge, but instead follows the valley along a route of a bridleway, a route that's already being progressed as far as Hardwick as part of the Comerton Greenway. At a fraction of the cost, our scheme would achieve a very high value for money treasury rating compared to the poor rating of the proposal in front of you. Last week's budget confirmed the government's commitment to progress East-West Railway as far as Cambridge via Camborne. This will offer significantly faster journey times to Cambridge's main employment sites than the bus road will, further weakening the already poor business case for the bus road. Our scheme would also have a fraction of the maintenance costs, reducing the council's long-term liabilities. Peter Blake has informed me that he would not commission an assessment of our scheme unless he was instructed to do so by the GCP board. Today, 7,500 people are asking you to require that appraisal to be carried out so that you can make an informed decision about which option represents the best value for public money, the environment, and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you for that petition, which is going to inform our next item on the Camborne to Cambridge Busway Transports and Works Act order. Before I proceed to the rest of the agenda, can I remind members about the audio and voting system? In order to register to speak, can you please raise your hand using the old-fashioned method? And Councillor Kindersley will add you to my list of speakers. When I invite you to speak, please press your mic button. If you wish to raise a point of order or a point of personal explanation, you need to raise your hand and shout chair. Do not press the button. I intend to be very strict about both the raising of a point of order or a point of personal explanation. Raising a point of order means that a member believes that there has been a breach of the council rules of procedure or law, so I'll require the member to indicate the rule of law which he or she considers has been broken. If this belief is challenged, I, as chair, will be the final arbiter. A point of personal explanation may only relate to some material part of an earlier speech by the members raising the point, which may appear to have been misunderstood in the present debate. Again, I will be the final arbiter. I'd also like to remind members that if a member rises on either of these points, any other member currently on their feet should immediately sit down until that point has been determined. Next is item 7, Better Public Transport Camborne to Cambridge project. Yes, Councillor Goldsack. Yes, of course.
Thank you, Chair. This is to be absolutely unequivocal, and it's actually to the monitoring officer, and it's to prevent anybody being caught in a trap of predetermination. We've had a long and very careful debate on predetermination in other fields, and yet we've heard this morning that there are people in the room who have been involved in this very subject for the GCP for quite some period of time. I'm just wondering if the monitoring officer can confirm that she is totally comfortable that said people can and are allowed, duly allowed, to take part in the debate and therefore have a valid vote at the end of it, even though they have shown some determination earlier by being involved in the project.
I have advised all members about predetermination, as you're aware. We've had training. I've sent a reminder about predetermination yesterday that all members received. It's then for a member to make that decision based on the advice that I've given as to whether they're predetermined. If they are, then they shouldn't take part in the debate or in the decision. And that advice has been very clear. So all members have been advised accordingly.
Thank you for that. I'm just a little bit worried for the members involved in terms of conflict of interest. You know, the gentleman, Mr. Littlewood, has explained that this is likely to finish up in an independent inquiry, etc., and people may well be opening themselves up now, having been previously involved in this campaign. And from what you've done on the waste department in terms of double hatters, using that as a guideline, I would ask for some advice on that. And I don't want these members to be in trouble further down the line.
As you know, I have advised members. I can't make them do something. All I can do is advise them of the position, and it's then for the member to make the decision as to what they do. But I've taken every step available to remind members what their obligations are, and obviously they know the risks to the authority. That was made very clear in the training. If they don't consider this appropriately and don't act accordingly.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Goldsack. Next is item 7, Better Public Transport Camborne to Cambridge project. Can I ask the Deputy Leader of the Council and the Council's representative on the Greater Cambridge Partnership, Councillor Machini, to move that the recommendation set out on pages 19 to 21 of the report be adopted, and ask the Leader of the Council, Councillor Nethsinger, to second.
I move, Mr. Chairman.
Seconded.
So would anybody like, so next up, I think we have an amendment from the Conservatives. Who's going to move the amendment?
That'll be me, sir. Chair.
Hang on a minute, Councillor.
Sorry, Councillor Machine. Would you like to do your opening speech? I thought you declined. Sorry.
That's okay. I don't have to. I think you've had quite a lot of my voice today, but I shall oblige. Thank you very much. This first speech is by way of introduction of the report in front of you today. This council established the Greater Cambridge Partnership when it signed the city deal with government. It did so in 2014, when Councillor Count, who's still with us today, was leader of this council. He and his group agreed to the city deal objectives of supporting the delivery of 33,500 planned homes and 45,000 new jobs in the Greater Cambridge area, as did the Conservatives who, at the time, controlled South Cambridgeshire District Council. This council agreed that Greater Cambridge required infrastructure investment and that the city deal would undertake an ambitious programme to enhance transport capacity in the area and link areas of population with areas of employment. This council, again, we are in 2014 at this point, asked the GCP to develop this programme and delegated authority to them to do so. In return, this council secured £500 million of much needed investment in our local infrastructure. A high-quality public transport scheme between Camborne and Cambridge was identified in the County Council's own transport strategy for Cambridge and South Cambs back in 2014. Again, we're still in 2014, Councillor Count is still leader. It was agreed that such a scheme was essential to support the delivery of the South Cambridgeshire and Cambridge local plans. In particular, Camborne West, 2,350 homes, Bourne Airfield, 3,500 homes, West Cambridge, 10,000 jobs. None of this is deliverable without a high-quality, fast and segregated public transport link between Camborne and major employment sites in West Cambridge. The GCP has undertaken over a number of years the task to balance the competing interests, maximising benefits, minimising impacts, and ensuring a viable scheme would emerge. It has consulted extensively, and the scheme has changed following those consultations. The location of the park and ride site, on-road running through Hardwick, and use of the rifle range instead of Adams Road all emerged following consultation. The scheme on the table today accords with the current and previous local transport plans, and in the words of EWR Company, it complements, it doesn't negate or replace, it complements the emerging East-West Rail proposals. The scheme has been developed in line with HM Treasury Green Book and the DFT guidance. The proposals have been reviewed for the combined authority twice in 2019 and 2020 at the request of the previous mayor of the combined authority, confirming that the preferred route is the optimal solution. The GCP also commissioned an independent audit to review the scheme in 2021, for which all interested parties were invited to submit submissions. The audit concluded, and we will talk about this later, the audit concluded that a robust process had been employed, that the proposed alternative was the best one, and that there was no reason why the scheme should not proceed. The purpose of the decision today is to agree to submit a Transport and Works Act order application to the Department for Transport, seeking permission to deliver the scheme. This application, if granted by the Secretary of State, would allow the GCP to proceed with the development of the scheme, beginning with negotiations with landowners affected. The Secretary of State is expected to hold a public inquiry, which we would welcome to allow the voices of all interested parties to be heard once again. The Secretary of State will make the final decision. Failure to progress this scheme would jeopardize future gateway reviews of the city deal, potentially failing to unlock further government investment into Greater Cambridge. But this isn't the reason why we should proceed today. I don't want anybody to come away thinking that we're sitting here in an ivory tower ticking boxes on our spreadsheet. Our job as representatives of our residents is to make decisions that allow our residents to thrive where they live. If we don't deliver this program, we put homes, jobs, and our wider economic success at risk. We stunt the educational attainment of the next generation, trapped far away from the opportunities they deserve to take advantage of. Camborne Village College says the following: for those students who do not have access to a car and/or a lift, or the financial support to utilize taxis, it is the lack of transport links between Camborne and Cambridge that is the main factor that shapes the decisions they make regarding their post-16 education. At present, many pupils have to travel over 3 hours per day. This clearly impacts on their studies, their mental and their social well-being. We support the proposals put forward by the GCP, and we hope you will too. I commend these proposals to Council. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Singer, would you like to speak now or reserve your right?
I'll reserve my right, thank you.
Thank you. So then we should move on to the amendment from the Conservatives. I think Councillor Goldsack, you're going to move that?
Yes, I will. Thank you, Chair. I'm stepping in for Steve today. I'm very proud to do so. On the amendment, it's all before you, it's all in front of you. I don't plan to read that, but I do plan to have a few words about it. Having looked at all angles I can in the debate, in reading and listening and watching reports from all elements, it appears basically obvious to me that this amendment is needed to bring some sense and order to things. To proceed as the original proposal lays out is fundamentally flawed. No comparison with a second opinion, not active listening nor engagement with locally impacted, and then a third area. Last week, the government's budget confirmed the intention for the East-West Rail Link. This will be a huge project changing the travel plans for the Camborne to Cambridge area. Therefore, who in their right mind would want to make this decision now that could costly and very costly and out of line with the need, opinion and desire of those within a few months? We're talking about July. The only sensible course of action here is to stop, pause and think. Support as a minimum the requested comparison with the CPPF proposal. Do this and present a valid comparison. You then have an agreed possible way forward. This can all be done between now and July, then subject to East and West Rail decision. Finally, if we have any way of avoiding the destruction of a valued and much loved orchard, we owe it to all in that community and the wider community to look at all angles. At this time, there appears to be a whole number of GCP-driven consultations that have been delivered, in my own opinion, as Cambridge-centric rather than a full engagement and genuine listening to those fully involved. This amendment simply doesn't say no, it says make the right decision. Make that built on not myopic research and consultation, but choose to make the right decision with a full analysis against the options available and the understanding of the East-West Rail route. Whatever the decision, one should always weigh up the alternatives, evaluate knowing all the facts. That simply isn't the case without this amendment. With the removal of the Cam Metro, buses seem the answer to absolutely everything at this moment in time. Like most members, I've been inundated with emails and I've read them all. If a road-based solution is truly viable, and many credible sources tell us that it is, why aren't we looking at it? And, you know, we've heard today the GCP would say, well, we have looked at it. We'll look at it again. The road is wide enough. I would ask you to. I've heard no one say do nothing, but have watched, read and heard some good arguments that make me proud to step in today and ask to present this amendment and do so for what's right for the local people, for committees on this route and for the people of Cambridgeshire in full. If the outcome is then, as projected, maybe a significant win for the local environment too. I urge you all to think why you are elected in the first place, who you represent and about the decisions you're going to make. This is not a decision for a whip. This is one for members' conscience and a free think. Thanks for listening and thanks for Steve Count for stepping up with such a good amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for that motion?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I'm pleased to second and I'm happy to speak now. If that's thank you. Members, I would like to thank Councillor Steve Count for putting forward this amendment. And I'd also like to thank members of the public who have shown such a great interest in this subject. And I'd also like to reassure the Chair of Parish Council that those of us that are further away in the county do care about our countryside. Many of us represent rural communities and care deeply about the Cambridgeshire countryside. Chairman, I have a professional background in landscape design. One of the first things I learned was to work with what already exists rather than against it. The GCP proposal seems light on the with and heavy on the against. The benefits of the C2C scheme are many, but do they outweigh the cost? Just because the GCP can raise the financial cost does not automatically justify the ecological cost, and I'm yet to be convinced. We really should not so readily sacrifice the value of our countryside at the altar of Cambridge City. The current GCP proposal before us sits with me as an option of last resort. Without a true and detailed comparison with the on-road option, we need not be in that position. We owe it to ourselves and local residents to delay and consider the on-road option more fully. Chairman, I urge members to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. So we move to the debate on the amendment. Would anybody like to speak in a debate? Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to address a few things that have been said leading up to the amendment so that I can explain why I'm going to be supporting the amendment. So first of all, Councillor Machini made a number of points about when the GCP was set up. Councillor Camp was in charge of the council. I wanted to make the point that setting up an organisation with good intentions does not make you responsible for every crazy decision they take until the end of time. I also wanted to raise a point that a number of speakers were cut off and forced to go to the question, Chairman. I totally respect that's within your remit, but I would urge caution, because it's quite normal for people to use their 2 minutes to build up some context and preamble in order
Councillor
to.
Tierney.
Yes, Chairman, stop him
I'm
speaking.
following the
Make it
rule.
untrue.
Councillor Tierney, sit down, please.
Sure.
We're following the constitution of the council, which allows questioners to ask 2 minutes. Yeah, I'm not going to get into a situation of arbitrarily allowing some people to ask longer questions, because that's not fair. I spoke to every single one of the questioners before this meeting and informed them that I would be enforcing the timescale. So please, could you continue with your speech, but let's not question my authority in this room. Thank you.
I think I made a point, Chairman. I wasn't questioning your authority, and I didn't mention the 2 minute time limit. So those are incorrect objections in my view. And silencing me doesn't make it untrue. Back to what Councillor Machini was saying, her speaking to me sounded very bureaucratic. And I'm sure she has good intentions, but everything she was saying, referring to previous polls and studies, and none of this sounds like what people feel. And when people are watching, they want to hear us reflect some of what they feel, some of what they're concerned about. They don't want to hear a set piece with a lot of words and no emotion. What they want to hear is that you care about the things they care about. So what's actually happened here? It seems to me that a mistake has been made, a poor policy has been brought forwards. And when that happens, you've got two choices. You can either double down and set your jaw and say, I'm sticking with this no matter what, or you can say, hands up, okay, I've made a mistake, let's have a rethink. Clearly, from the force of opinion about the very valid concerns over these proposals, that second option is the better one. And I would urge people to do it by supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gough.
Thank you, Chair. When one doesn't want to make a decision, the easiest thing to do is ask for more data or to rerun some part of the analysis to defer the decision. The appeal of taking another look. The amendment. Let's have a look at the amendment. It looks comprehensive. It isn't. The proposed work stream in the amendment is a partial and selective list of aspects of the two options. Where is the assessment, for example, of the impact during construction, particularly relevant for any on-road scheme? It's not on the list. It's absolutely essential. What about journey time reliability rather than just mean times? Where is the assessment of the likely impact on active traffic take-up? Not on the list. What about safety? Not on the list. Would you rerun the consultation? Surely you'd have to. Add these things to the proposed work stream in the amendment and all of the other relevant strategic criteria and the consultation, consider inevitable variations within those schemes, and we will essentially be right back at the qualitative and quantitative assessment process that has already been undertaken in the outline business case and is well documented in these papers. The process was comprehensive and it will not be improved by a partial process as proposed by this amendment. But even more than that, the GCP already asked for another look. Given the elapsed time, the executive board of the GCP requested an independent audit of the C2C project. This amendment largely duplicates the work of that audit. The audit explicitly considered whether the assumptions and constraints upon which the preferred route selection had taken place were still valid. It considered uncertainties, including EWR. The conclusion of that was clear, and I quote from the audit. The audit has concluded that the scheme is in alignment with the national, regional, and local policies on the economy and transport. Stakeholder engagement has been carried out in a robust manner, and the business case development followed the IHM Treasury Green Book and the Department for Transport's methodology. The appraisal has been carried out in a robust manner, and the economic analysis and financial case remains valid. The independent audit also commented directly on the on-road solution. Comment A18, the in-highway proposal for a high-quality public transportation along the A1303 are short-term measures that are consistent with the C2C scheme objectives. However, this does not invalidate the assumptions and constraints for the preferred option as a long-term solution to meet the growth in travel demand along the corridor. Given the independent audit and those conclusions, there really is no case for another piece of work before this project goes to the Secretary of State and the likely planning inquiries. where these assumptions and analysis will once again be tested. Let's dispense with this amendment and attempt to avoid making a decision and get on to the substantive manner. Thank you.
Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't sure I was going to speak today, but I noticed there's no other speakers, and quite frankly, there's so much misinformation going on that I'm obligated to speak. Before I go into the level of detail, I'd like to point out what's being asked today isn't to say yes or no to the guided busway. It's to say yes or no regarding the amendment to compare a very specific route put forward by the CPPF to the guided busway on some specific points. Now, regarding that, people are trying to say that those have been compared, that an audit has been done to compare them. That's just incorrect. It's totally incorrect. So what has been compared in the past have been initial proposals by the GCP about on-road, off-road, various routes, but not against this last remaining principled objection. It is a very specific length of road that is being designated as on-road, with some very specific holding patterns for buses that have been worked out by transport engineers, including Edward Lee, who very many of you know, qualified people, and it's been looked at. And I sat through the meeting and I thought where it's presented, and I thought, you know what? I don't know if this works or not. I don't know if this will deal with all the traffic as it's claimed or not, but I have a transport expert actually putting their neck and their reputation on the line telling me it will. The alternative is the GPC proposal that the audit trail, that the audit had said, we did the right thing getting to where we are today. It's a bit like Sherlock Holmes, you know, saying when you rule out the impossible, however improbable, what's left must be the truth. But what happened was that the ruling out the impossible earlier on in the game, they didn't consider everything, which this final alternative has come down to. Now, if I was standing here and saying you needed a fully worked up solution to compare this with good enough for a Transport and Works Act order, it would take 1-2 years. It would. And I think everybody would be right to me and say no further delays. You can't expect the people of Cambridge, Camborne, the developers to put up with that level of that delay. However, I very carefully put in the motion that I wanted this back in front of this chamber in July. And I wanted that because I knew there was no chance of a long delay. And I think that the stark differences between the two schemes, 20 million versus 220 million, a BCR of 0.43, which may actually be somewhere in the region of 10 or higher, but certainly over 5 for the other scheme. Those sort of pieces of information will be very quick and easy for our officers to access. And where they can't access a definitive answer, an absolutely cast iron guaranteed one, such as, will both of these satisfy planning permission for the developments to come forward? I've asked for officers' best judgment so that we as councillors in July can come back and look at the two schemes side by side, which have never, ever been compared. I think we owe it to the people who put the work and effort into this to wait until July to get that. And also have confidence in the impartiality of our officers. I'm not convinced that we've arrived at where we are today because everybody's got the same interests in mind, but asking for it in this way, for the county council to ask for an impartial appraisal using county council officers, I'm convinced that we would get an impartial one because there is full knowledge that a public inquiry is on its way. That's how a Transport and Works Act order works. There will be a public inquiry. So if we make the comparison and to the using the officer's best judgment, it is not truly impartial, then that would struggle. I want to go on to the olive branch of friendship that I'm going to try and drag some of the people that are proponents of this scheme over onto my side with. The way I see the Transport and Works Act order moving forward with a business case of 0.43 will be extremely difficult in May if East West Rail announces Cambourne on the route. By delaying to July for that single reason alone, all those uplift in the land values would fall away and the business case would fall away. So I please ask you to come with me, not asking for the moon, not asking for 2 years,
sorry,
just asking for a delay till July. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, everybody.
Next, I have Councillor Hathorn.
So I haven't written this in advance. I am speaking from the heart. And I just want to talk about being in the really fortunate position of living in a village which has both an on-road bus service and a busway bus service. And whilst the on-road bus service is on the amber list, is always subject to cuts, throughout the period where bus cuts have happened, Stagecoach has been recruiting bus drivers for the busway service because these services are so reliable, they're so effective, they're so good. So many people want to use them. And I just think it's almost impossible for an on-road bus connection to be as good as a busway. And what we're trying to do is to give people opportunities. The busway that exists delivers hundreds of thousands of children into school every day. They have a great deal of choice about which schools they can access. That's what we're voting for. We're voting for a busway, which is a really, really effective means of public transport, which gives people opportunities, connects people, and means that you have a rock solid bus service, which is something really, really hard to deliver.
Thank you. Councillor Sharp, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think this amendment seeks to bring some sense of sensibility to the arrogance of the GCP. This is a prime example that it's got no master plan and just bringing in piecemeal schemes. But the amendment also seeks to look at the alternative scheme on the C2C in an open way. We've heard that it's been examined previously, but I think we owe it to a 100-year-old orchard that we actually go down that route beforehand. As has been mentioned earlier, we've got East West Rail. We heard the Chancellor last week say that there will be a decision due in May, and more information obviously will come out from that. So I think it's absolutely crazy to make a decision in March when in May the whole playing field may have changed. This is also a 200 million pound scheme just for going one way. There's no issue coming out of Cambridge either in the mornings or the evenings, or coming into Cambridge in the evenings. It's purely from 7:30 till 9:30. So the paper says, I believe, 160 million, but that was 2020 figures. We're now looking at 200 million plus. So to fix that scheme for 200 million pounds, that, to my mind, makes it absolutely a ludicrous decision without looking at the further information of an on-road, sorry, and the East West Rail. So I would ask that members do consider that, and I will be voting for the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Chair, for calling me to speak. I think we all know that there is a potentially credible on-road option which has been made available to us and is on the table. I say potential because not a single one of us councillors is actually in a technical position to make a judgment about all of the aspects of either the on-road option or the off-road option. We haven't got that technical qualification. We depend upon officers and experts to give us advice. And it seems to me that unless and until there is a comparative investigation into the relative merits and demerits of those two alternative schemes, it would be premature and irrational for us to have a vote and make a decision. Now, we can't delay forever. No one's suggesting that. What is being suggested here is a relatively short delay of 4 months. And during that time, there will be a very material fact which will come to light. And that will be the determination, we are told, in just 2 months' time, of the east-west rail route, which will be really important as a consideration as to the viability or otherwise of both the on-road option and the off-road option. It will make a material difference. So my suggestion, Chair, is that those members who may have been whipped by the Labour Party and by the Liberal Democrat Party, those members who may have been whipped, but who realise that it's sensible to make decisions based on the evidence available, and that we will have much better evidence available to us in just 4 months' time, that they do not vote against this amendment, and that they join with us in voting for this amendment. And I think it's such an important issue, Chair, may I give notice now that I will be calling for a recorded vote on this amendment. Thank you.
So I think you'll be relieved to find that I think all results, all votes when we're using the electronic voting system are recorded. So we don't think we need, we do need.
Sorry, Chair. Whilst all votes are recorded and published, you need a recorded vote if you want them actually in the minutes. So
could you remind me of that before we move to the vote? This is on the amendment. On the amendment, remind me, and we'll need some support, but I'm sure you'll find it. Okay, thank you, Councillor Bowden. Next, I have Councillor Atkins.
Chair, the off-road option and its environmental impacts are well understood. I have walked much of the route in my division and recently joined other members in visiting the orchard. The on-road option, however, was abandoned by the GCP after the 2018 board decision. The options appraisal report at that time compared a fully off-road route from Camborne to Cambridge with a variety of lower cost options. None of these are either of the complete options now being presented. In any case, the options report had a variety of seemingly different criteria, but many boiled down only to the time from Camborne to the city centre and back. It also scored the on and off-road options equally for environmental impact, which I find hard to justify. It scored them very similarly for ongoing maintenance, ditto, and then had only one criteria for scheme cost out of 36. It therefore dismissed the on-road option. Had I been involved in the GCP at that time, I would not have accepted this report or its conclusions. Now, the on-road route has since been developed by a coalition of local groups and charities, and I'm very grateful to them for the significant work that this has entailed. The facts surrounding it are contested, however, and therefore more difficult for us as members, particularly those of us who are not highway engineers, to interpret. First, there's no consensus as to what can be accomplished at the narrowest points in the on-road corridor without disturbing sensitive sites. But probably an inbound bus lane, 2 traffic lanes and a footpath, with the active travel route separating and joining the Comberton Greenway nearby to the south, seems a fair starting point, which I think this amendment agrees with. The comparative cost of such an on-road option is not definitively established to the best of my knowledge. The GCP ruled out any quick wins in this stretch of highway, in spite of recommendations to implement them by the independent audit and local councillors. So I doubt that the costs are trivial, but they're probably still much less than the off-road option. The environmental savings from moving on-road are obvious. Coton Orchard is an area rich in biodiversity and established mature trees, as we have already heard, and I would be devastated if it were damaged or lost unnecessarily by the off-road route. Now, the effectiveness of the on-road option for the people of the county is also contested. In the present day, I would argue that superior access to the M11 is a reasonable counterbalance to the lack of outbound dedicated provision, particularly given the large number of current residents of Camborne, Caldecott and Hardwick who work on the Cambridge Biomedical Campus. In the future, assuming a reduction in private car use in Cambridge, on which either option ultimately depends, whether the off-road's higher capacity, but only as far as Grange Road design, is superior to the on-road's lower capacity but greater flexibility, can reasonably be debated. The 2020 independent audit considered that the on-road proposals were not so demonstrably superior in the long run as to completely invalidate the off-road scheme, but was also very clear in refraining from adjudicating directly between the two options. Finally, the GCP claimed in a recent briefing note that what was feasible in the on-road corridor could not possibly meet the needs of the South Cambridgeshire local plan. The local plan describes where housing development is planned and what infrastructure and policies are required to achieve it. From what I can assess as to the relative effectiveness of the two schemes, that seems a bold claim. It is naturally contested by those in favour of the on-road route, and it would ultimately be the decision of a national planning inspector as to whether any proposed design fits the bill. I am very reluctant to see this much delayed scheme delayed again. There are residents in my division who will benefit from either option, and many more outside it likewise. Proponents of both options have understandably become defensive about their preferred scheme and frustrated with disagreement, which has made it difficult for me to ascertain truth across the full range of issues. But for the present, I must conclude as follows. The original 2018 evaluation I find difficult to defend. Subsequent work has not proved to me beyond doubt that the off-road route can justify the greater financial cost and much greater environmental damage. Yet I do acknowledge it would be a difficult challenge to build a first-class transport route past the sensitive sites on Madingley Road. Therefore, I think a short delay, an updated comparative evaluation, and if possible, a coming together of all parties in this debate, would give a new confidence and legitimacy to the Greater Cambridge Partnership, would prepare us well for a public inquiry, and would avoid any unnecessary harm to our natural landscape. I therefore intend to support this amendment and ask colleagues to do the same.
Thank you, Councillor Atkins. I don't have anybody else registered to speak, and so if there's no further Jeff. Councillor Steve.
Thank you, Chairman. It's not a speech. I'd just like to ask a question, if I might, of the proposers of the amendment. You've made great play on the fact that the EWR is in motion and then that it's coming down the line. Hasn't been decided yet. But can I ask, given the history of HS2 and possible uncertainties of the actually the construction of the line anyway, even if it is approved, when do they think that the EWR will become operational?
Chairman. Councillor Count.
Chairman, I believe under a point of order, I'm allowed to clarify a statement that I made earlier on in my speech that may have been misunderstood.
Yes, of course.
Thank you, Chair. So, so I mentioned the East-West Rail and the fact. So just to be clear where we are on the East-West Rail, the budget announced that it is going ahead, and the route will be announced in May, and that was a statement in the budget. As part of the amendment, we'd have to look at what the impact of that would be, because it may not be Camborne, it may be somewhere else. But in the amendment, it asked for clarification. It would take into account the predicted timescale, if any is indicated, of that impact. But by July, not in, this is set in stone as much as government work is set in stone. By July, we will know whether the East-West Rail, whether it's going there or not, and whether it would have any impact. And in addition to that, I'd have put in the amendment, Chair, that if there's anything missing from the list of things that need to be asked, so for example, the date of the East-West Rail, or we heard from a councillor earlier on about all the other things are missing.
I think you've made your point, Councillor. I accept your point, and I think you've made it. So thank you for that.
The bit where in the amendment it says that the chief executive, in consultation with the leader of the council and deputy leader, can add any comparisons in. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Count. I don't have Councillor Nessinger. You sure? So I'm going to move to Councillor Mashini then to sum up on the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. So as it turns out, we signed the city deal, we agreed to the growth, the homes and the jobs, we agreed to the infrastructure that would be required, we got the money for it, but when it comes to building it, nothing to do with us, it's not our fault. I'll take that point, that's fine. Similarly, I am being very bureaucratic. And if kids can't get to school, sit in 3-hour traffic and end up at Royal Papworth with asthma, if that's bureaucracy to you, then I don't think we live in the same universe. I did begin by noting that we would actually get into the detail of this document, which has, and you have been lied to today. There's been quite a lot of being lied to today. This on-road option has never been professionally applied.
Councillor Machini,
Nonsense.
Councillor Machini, could
Yes?
you moderate your language,
I
please?
apologize. I
you.
apologize. This particular on-road option has not been professionally appraised. Nonsense, it has. We have had an audit that was published in 21. On page 58, the efficacy of an on-road service to serve new developments at Camborne and Bourne Airfield would not be aligned with the assumptions and constraints, at least not in the longer term. It was also considered, again in some detail, the issues of other infrastructure development plans potentially being considered in the area, this being East-West Rail and the Girton roundabout. Audit page 64, the C2C scheme remains the only means of increasing capacity on the A1303, A428 corridor and addressing the public transport travel needs of the growing population. East-West Rail does not provide an alternative to travel along the corridor to West Cambridge and the city centre. The two schemes serve different travel markets and should be planned as complementary services. The housing developments in Camborne West and Bourne Airfield require the C2C project to be opened by 25, otherwise planned growth will be put at risk. On page 69, again, I will lend this to people if they want to read it later. The Girton interchange option is an ambitious and expensive option and would take longer to deliver as it is reliant on Highways England committing to upgrade the junction, which they have not. So we have professionally appraised this route. It's been taken to absolute pieces. All this work has been done. Further review is built into the next stage of the process by the public inquiry that would follow if the application was submitted. The scheme has already been delayed to carry out this audit, which I have just cited from, and follows earlier delays from the previous mayor when he considered alternative alignments and could find none that worked. And once again, all alternative that are being put on the table consider the traffic levels now and not after the homes have been built. To the substance of the amendment, it asks for a complexity of analysis, many of which are a repetition of what the independent audit already did, some of which are incredibly difficult and complicated and carry a necessary component of speculation, journey time and traffic analysis, which we all know cannot be determined scientifically with certainty, and some of which value for money judgments and officers' best judgment on compliance are just plain vague. If we can't make a decision on the data we've got on the table, somebody's best judgment is not going to cut it. Officers have indeed confirmed that we have neither the capacity nor the expertise in-house, not at the County Council and not at the Combined Authority, to carry out the required work that the amendment asks for in 3 months, which would therefore lead to the necessity to procure external services. Given the time taken during the 3 previous reviews, 19, 20, 21, which all took 9 months to commission and carry out, we would not be able to bring anything meaningful back before a year. With such a delay, we would be putting the scheme delivery and the potential further government investment in the city deal at risk. Now, I know that there are members in the opposition who want the scheme to go ahead, whose residents are desperate for the scheme to go ahead. And if they bought this argument that you can do all this work and bring it back in 3 months and everything will be lovely, I am actually very disappointed. Also, I have a bridge to sell you. Thank you.
Thank you. So Councillor Bowden's asked for a recorded vote. We need 14 hands for a recorded vote. I think that's easily 14. Thank you very much. So Mrs. Rowe, could you please open the voting on the amendment?
Members in favour of the amendment, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the amendment, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. 31 no. 25 in favour. 25 in favour. 31 no. 30 no. Okay. Yep. So that gives you 55. So yeah. Okay. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. The result of the vote is 25 votes in favour, 30 against, no abstentions. The amendment is therefore lost.
Thank you. So we now move on to the debate on the substantive motion, which is as written in your papers. Would anybody like to? That's at the end. Would anybody like to contribute to the debate at all? Don't see any hands.
Councillor Bradnam.
Councillor Bradnam, please. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Since Cambourne was first planned in 2004, it has needed a reliable public transport route to Cambridge. We've heard from Councillor Moschini earlier on the support which Cambourne Village College has put towards this project. We know that a number of alternatives have been considered and audited, but the alternatives have not been found viable. The important thing here is not to leave the 11,000 residents of Cambourne, the future residents of West Cambourne, and the residents of Bourne Airfield in the future reliant on cars to get into Cambridge when they could have a reliable, dedicated public transport link. The point of that has been made very clearly by Councillor Haythorne. I attended a 4-hour site visit 2 weeks ago. I can't pretend to have walked the route as frequently as others. I did view all of the critical points on the route, and I want to thank the residents of Coton and the others who have sent their numerous emails, which have helped us all to understand the passion with which you view this matter. I also wanted to give you the case of a friend of mine who some years ago was invited by a friend who lives in Cambourne to just go to dinner with her. The public transport was so poor that she ended up having to stay the night because there was no bus back. And this is just the simple case for people at Cambourne. There just isn't good enough public transport for them. And we know that students are having to make decisions about where they would like to go to study on the basis of where they can get, rather than what they actually want to do. And I think this is such a fundamental importance to the communities that have been built in Cambourne. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor MacDonald, please.
Thank you, Chair. So when we look at the decision overall for Coton and the busway, and when I look at it as a member in South Cambridgeshire, the decision essentially boils down to a trade-off between two objectives. As has already been mentioned, effective and efficient public transport and a trade-off between that and landscape and nature. As somebody with an agricultural background, as I do, it always pains me to see possible habitat destruction that could happen. I was very pleased to join Cambridge Past, Present and Future Call a few weeks ago, who do excellent work in South Cambridgeshire. The County Council, as many will know, but maybe some of our residents don't know, we manage 33,000 acres of farmland. And so the County Council, I believe, does have an understanding of habitat, potential habitat destruction, and what we can do to mitigate that. I'm always told by my residents, please, no development without proper infrastructure. Then when infrastructure comes along, whether it be C2C, whether it be East-West Rail, whether it be guided bus, communities often say, not here, please. For us to accept the Coton community arguments and the Cambridge Past, Present and Future, we have to really assume that everything comes about. We have to assume that an on-road capacity delivers transport for all the homes in Cambourne, Cambourne West and on the airfield. We have to believe that the travel will not return to pre-COVID levels. We have to believe that East-West Rail will deliver enough capacity for the local plan within the planned period. Best case is a station in Cambourne, maybe 2035, 2040, I don't know. We have to believe that the planning inspectorate accept an on-road solution for the 7,000 dwellings and possibly up to 20,000 people is a sustainable solution. And finally, we have to believe that all that happens within the planned period for the local plan in South Cambridgeshire. I asked Cambridge past, present and future, what will be the habitat destruction through East West Rail? Of course, it's a slightly unfair question. They don't know that. Neither do I. Neither does anybody here until we know what the route alignment is. But it could be potentially 100 times more impactful than Coton. Will East West Rail take out 10 orchards, 20 orchards, 30 orchards? Nobody here knows. And this is something we have to think about. So how important is Coton? And please bear with me as an agriculturalist in thinking about orchards. Coton, as we know, planted in 1922 and supplied the wholesale markets in London. South Cambridgeshire is full of land where orchards were established and thrived, especially during the Chivers time. In my own area around Shepworth, we have the old Dockrell Manor development, which is named after the orchard that was there before. So Coton really is a valuable orchard, but unfortunately we have seen, if this motion is accepted, a widespread loss of orchards. It doesn't make that potential loss right, but it puts it in perspective in what's happened in South Cambridgeshire generally. Philosophically, I have a real issue on habitat destruction, but I also have philosophically a real issue about preventing especially youngsters in the Cambourne area and the new developments from getting to their chosen site of education. I was astonished to receive a letter from the Council of Protection of Rural England, which didn't even mention Madingley Wood, a site of special scientific interest which is being protected. And regarding the American cemetery, I've always been surprised how close the current road is, about 100 meters from the commemorative wall for the soldiers, the sailors and airmen. An on-road scheme, I believe, would increase the traffic, whereas the busway may mitigate some of it and take some of that traffic movement, maybe 200 to 300 meters away from the cemetery. So, Chair, I totally understand Coton's community concerns. However, I have to think also about the Cambridge residents and the local plan, and especially those youngsters getting to education and work. And accordingly, for me, I will support the motion for the Transport and Works Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councillor Slatter, please.
Thank you, Chair. As many of you know, I was a city councillor for Trumpington for 13 years at the turn of the century, and now I'm proud to be the county councillor. So a little bit of relevant Trumpington past, present and future. 20 years ago in 2003, the Lib Dem City Council was painfully aware of the shortage of affordable housing in Cambridge. We had many more jobs than houses then, and we were losing thousands of council homes for rent with the right to buy. Our adult children could not afford to live in Cambridge, and growing families had to move out. Our City Council pursued a difficult and controversial path to the right to the 2006 local plan. We took substantial amounts of land out of our green belt to build the housing we needed. Those homes and the new public parks, one managed successfully by the Wildlife Trust in Trumpington, are nearly finished 17 years later. What we couldn't secure was a decent local public transport, but that's another story for this afternoon. Meanwhile, the new development of Cambourne, approved in 1996, was being built, and the children of many Trumpington families were able to go out and live out there. The trouble was the bus service was poor, and it was difficult for those families. Difficult to get to college as teachers and pupils, to hospitals as patient and staff and visitors, to the universities as cleaners and lecturers, to shops as customers and staff, to stay connected with one another. For 2 generations now, the people of Cambourne have been promised they will get a better bus service, but it has got worse. Councillors who went on the site visit in preparation for this decision, and those familiar with Cambourne anyway, will be well aware of the problems suffered by residents as a result. This is a difficult decision to make. We have looked at the presentations. We have gone on the site visits. We have read the emails. We are weighing up the costs and the benefits, and we must decide. I, for one, will continue to take an active interest in the details of whatever progresses. I should perhaps mention that I am a member of Cambridge Past, Present and Future. When I joined, it was called the Cambridge Preservation Society. I considered the rebranding to be an improvement, and certainly I was in tune with it. We must appreciate the past, act in the present, and take responsibility for the future.
Thank you. Councillor Atkins, please.
Chair, over the last 8 years, communication between the GCP, elected members and local residents have at various times not reached the standards we would hope or expect in this matter. There are many residents who feel that their concerns have been disregarded and their suggestions discounted. Much of this crystallised around the 2018 consultation. Residents were asked to give their preferences between an off-road route, an on-road route and an on-road tidal route between Hardwicke and Cambridge. The tidal option was not, I believe, ever seen as credible by the GCP, but was included half-heartedly in response to local demands and dismissed shortly after. The remaining on-road option was dismissed by the board in 2018 and again by us effectively some 10 minutes ago. The 2/3 of local residents, a clear majority, who selected one of these on-road options as their preference, have some right, I think, to feel ignored. The GCP and elected members have since struggled to regain trust. Residents were unconvinced, for example, by future projections of congestion on Madingley Road, when this was revealed as based on very old data, and that although recent traffic surveys across the city had been completed, none had been done on Madingley Road itself. This made it very difficult to square descriptions of the current state of play with residents' direct experience, let alone build a convincing picture of the future, as we are attempting to do. Now, a significant improvement was made to the proposed scheme, against the run of play, so to speak, when the independent audit, combined with the defeat of Mayor Palmer, released the scheme from compliance with the CAM Metro specifications. And after several further years of negotiation, I'm pleased to report this has resulted in a creative, sensible, and widely supported on-road solution through Hardwicke Village, saving many trees and many pounds. I'm therefore very grateful to Councillor Gough, among others, for initiating the independent audit and for the GCP solution in response. It's only a shame that the same level of creativity and openness has not been applied to the subsequent section of the scheme from Long Road to the city. We have all seen the resulting outpouring of emotion and reason that the threatened damage from the off-road route has elicited, and I want to acknowledge publicly the powerful impact of the letters that we have received from residents. I am bitterly disappointed that Councillor Count's amendment was not taken up by the council. Although creating a delay to the scheme, it would have been a delay with purpose and value, as I argued earlier. The recommendations, as they remain, are unpalatable. Should the Transport Works Act order not pass, however, the scheme will be left in a limbo. It's clear that the GCP are determined that the on-road option does not meet the need of the local plan. To briefly explain further, if such needs are not met, the huge impetus for and financial gains from property development cannot be controlled and channeled in a sustainable manner across the district. That determination is clearly shared by the leader of the council, by the deputy leader and GCP chair, and indeed a majority of members. Against such opposition, rejecting the recommendations now will not, I think, resuscitate the on-road option. We have already heard from the deputy leader that the GCP won't touch the on-road route without a clear instruction to do so. So instead, we will simply face the same choice again at a future council meeting until, by simple lack of illness, there are enough members in the chamber to approve it. Such a delay, without the force of the amendment behind it, would serve little purpose. It can't be justified to the residents of Camborne, Caldecott, Hardwicke and Coton who wish to use and benefit from the scheme as soon as possible. This is not a project where delay until it disappears, a la Yes Minister, is an appropriate response, since the consequences of not delivering any scheme would be catastrophic for protecting the character of the many fine villages in South Cambridgeshire from the demands of new housing, and for residents to sustainably access work and schools. The only way that I can see now for the competing claims to be resolved is through the public inquiry, which is the next stage of the process. This will now regrettably be a messy and costly affair. Although the vote on the amendment was lost, what has been achieved today is to demonstrate that narrow political support for the scheme rests heavily on a small set of assertions, chiefly that there is no on-road route that meets the requirements of the local plan, and more broadly, that a very expensive and destructive all-singing, all-dancing design is indeed truly necessary for the current and future needs of Cambridgeshire. If the public inquiry finds any weakness in these assertions, the matter must be returned afresh to the County Council for further debate. On that basis, I will reluctantly support the progress of the scheme to public inquiry. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gough, please.
Thank you, Chair. The C2C project is a keystone within the sustainable development of the west of Cambridge. It is an area that, as we've heard, has had significant growth in housing without parallel development of transport options to connect those residents to economic, educational, recreational opportunities. This project was explicitly identified as an issue in the spatial strategy contained within the 2018 SCD South Cambs District Local Plan and led to consequent planning restrictions around development of Bourne Airfield. It remains a critical issue today. It is a requirement to underpin the planned growth in employment and housing to the west of Cambridge. But it is also desperately needed for the current residents who want better access to economic and educational opportunities of Cambridge right now. They deserve better than they've got, and they deserve a whole lot better. We can't celebrate our excellent further education institutions and research industry with all the job opportunities that brings in Cambridge, and at the same time effectively permit huge barriers being placed in the way of students and employees from Camborne and similar villages being able to access them. That is just not fair. There are, as we've heard, a number of important issues that have been raised in relation to the scheme. These will be considered in the planning inquiry, and they remain of obvious concern. But they will not just simply go away with an alternate routing option. We'd still be faced with significant environmental impact issues. Indeed, an ancient woodland that's designated as a triple SI, proximity to the American Cemetery and so on. There are issues. The other point I just want to quickly comment on is East-West Rail. Again, the independent audit is really clear in seeing East-West Rail and C2C as complements, not as substitutes. The report says the East-West Rail does not provide an alternate to travel along the corridor to West Cambridge and the city centre. The two schemes are very different travel markets and should be planned as complementary services. It is really, really important that the schemes, if they go ahead, connect. That is how a network develops. And it is when you get a network of transport opportunities that we really are well on our way to solving the challenge of sustainable transport. So what is the case to proceed? No one wants to impinge on the green belt, but past and developing local plans have resulted and will result in housing being built in locations such as Camborne and North Stowe. If we buy into that spatial strategy and encourage people to move to Bourne, Camborne, Waterbeach, Newtown, and North Stowe, we have to provide the transport links for people to get to work in education easily and effectively. Not just now, with current levels of jobs and population movement, but with the capacity to deal with the growth. So I hope that in making this decision, we all give real thought to the thousands of people currently living in Camborne and those who will come to live in Bourne and future developments in West Camborne. It is right that we consider their interests and welfare in making this decision. However, and while it may not appear so, I understand to many people, I would also say that this decision is important as well to protect the interests of residents in villages immediately around Cambridge, because those residents have been equally clear about the desire to protect the green belt from housing development. And C2C is one of the projects that's absolutely critical to deliver the infrastructure to support the spatial strategy to ensure that that protection of the green belt is sustainable in the long term. And I will be therefore voting to proceed to submit the TWAO.
Thank you, Councillor Shayer.
Thank you, Chair. There is a country that had 20% of its land covered in just one of its ecosystems, rainforest. But now only 1% remains. The forests have been destroyed, burned and cleared for agriculture, for grazing animals, for crops, and for monoculture plantations. This is not about oil palm in Indonesia. I'm talking about this country, the United Kingdom. The remaining temperate rainforest is still under pressure for grazing and for clearance. But these and other UK native ecosystems existing only as refugia fragments are finally being recognized for the amazing treasures they are. Rich in diversity and raw material for rewilding. If anyone has seen the long table in Ely Cathedral, made from a single bog oak, you will have seen how tall forests were in this part of the country. That is what an English oak was meant to be. So I think it is sad when people see row on row of monoculture clones as natural. Don't get me wrong, I love apple trees. My grandfather taught me how to graft as a child. He had hundreds of varieties grafted from genetically unique seedlings. Whenever he spotted a tree on the roadside, we would have to stop and take a cutting. From their origin in Kazakhstan, people have spread apples all over the world. Though fruit trees don't live long, I would like to see more orchards in the green belt with diverse species and fruiting times, pip and stone fruits, accessible to all. Tough varieties that wouldn't need to be sprayed or too much upkeep work. But we also need real, wild, native ecosystems. Often the green belt is more a brown belt, plowed land, hemorrhaging topsoil into the streams, and inaccessible to a population hungry for nature at home in this country. The GCP has done years of work to find the best route. I have seen the data, the justification. As we go back and forth, arguing one scheme and back to the last one again, the growth in population as required by government continues, as does the growth in numbers of cars, and will continue, even if we lose the money to build decent green infrastructure. We will then be trapped in transport chaos and one step closer to a burning planet. It is time to grasp the nettle and do what we know is right. Future generations will thank us for it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Camp, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so where we are at the moment, a lot of people have stood up and thanked all the people that have written in, thanked the Coton residents who have come here today and said their piece, thank the public question makers. And I'm going to take a slightly different tack. I'm going to apologise to you all. I'm sorry we couldn't do well enough. I'm bitterly disappointed that what was a genuine attempt to lead to good decision in July wasn't taken in the way it was intended, to end up with this council being able to get a fair choice between the two schemes. So I apologise to you for not being good enough. We've gone past that point now, and it'll go to public inquiry and Transport and Works Act order. I can't support what's in front of us because I don't know the validity of the questions, the answers to questions that I was trying to ask through amendment. There is no way that I can support a scheme with a BCR of 0.43 going in front of a Transport and Works Act. That means for every £1 of taxpayers' money that's been raised in this country, 43 pence comes back. Not the £1 plus 43, 57 pence is wasted and 43 pence remains. That is what we're being asked to vote for today. But the GCP papers say, well, that doesn't matter because we're going to build allow a lot of houses to be built, businesses to come in, so we'll get an uplift in value. But actually, the government has announced that the East West Rail scheme will be going forward and they will use a BCR. And if that's at Camborne as well, they will be using those figures for their scheme. We can't do double counting. You can't count the same things twice. And I'm not one for wasting taxpayers' money, but that's what's in front of us today. But the GCP doesn't seem to mind because even though this will be north of 220 million, and we don't know what the optimism bias is, it's okay because they're going to get 30% from their money, which was hard fought for, and the rest of the money will come from developments. Well, I've got news for them. First of all, that money does come at a cost. When you go to those developers and try and get that £190 million out of their pockets, which they readily agreed to when they were getting the planning permission, we will see a whole batch of viability statements. And when you ask for money for the C2C, they'll say, yeah, well, you'll have to build the school, or you'll build the doctor's surgery, or you'll build the green parks, or you'll build something else, or you'll lose out on your affordable housing. Because there won't be enough money in those developments in the current climate for this C2C scheme at £220 million, plus all the other things that are required. I don't understand how the debate was allowed to move forward today with, in my opinion, the conflict of interests from the Councillor Machini. We asked about predetermination, but I'm on another council, or I'm on a cabinet, and I can't see on the sit on the overview and scrutiny committee because I would be scrutinising my own decisions. But this council has allowed today Councillor Machini, who has brought this forward as our member on the GCP, a decision maker, not a backbencher, a decision maker, to fully take part in this debate and vote on this debate today. And this council is effectively scrutinising that work. I don't understand how that's happened, but it's on record. And when the Transport and Works Act order public inquiry comes to light, that will deal with that. The other thing I don't understand is actually the scheme. The audit said it made sense when James Palmer's network was there because it actually delivered further than Grange Road. But not to service Adam Brooks and not to service the Cambridge Science Park effectively with a £220 million guided busway fails the residents of Camborne, and it fails the residents of that area. The three biggest employers in that employment sites in that area will be Cambridge West, which is served, Cambridge Science Park, which is not served, and Adam Brooks, which is not served. They are all worse off using the scheme than just getting in your car and driving. I think that the Transport and Works Act order will look at that closely as well and ask, what were you trying to solve? And if it was congestion, it fails on the fact that that only occurs in Madeleine Road area.
Councillor Count, your time's up. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Sharp is next. Thank you, Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chair. Yes. In her introduction, the Deputy Leader referred to decisions previously made in the past by a Conservative administration. I find it a bit rich that she's not taken responsibility for her own decisions and trying to divert those towards the Conservatives from 8 years ago. I make comments on issues before this council in an honest way, and I would remind the Deputy Leader that there are people who have a different opinion to her. That is called democracy. This decision is kicking the village of Coton in the teeth. There is a viable alternative to the proposed scheme, but that has been ignored without proper investigation. I know Camborne well, having lived a few miles away from it for many years and seen it grow from open fields to what it is now. I remember those fields openly. I did my weekly shop there and used to have an enjoyable Saturday lunch there a couple of times a month after the strain of the week. It needs better public transport, and I believe that it is deliverable by an on-road scheme, certainly if one takes into account the cost. We have the arrogance of the GCP and some members of this council in pushing ahead with the scheme through Coton Orchard. I feel that the green credentials of some members will be tarnished by the decision on this matter. 2 weeks ago, we made a decision, in my opinion, at H&T, Highways and Transport, without the necessary data, and I believe that we are doing the same today. I cannot support this recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Howard, please.
Very briefly, Chair, my colleague Councillor Maschini doesn't need anyone to defend her, but having listened to the various opposition criticisms about her role and the function of the GCP and listening carefully to the monitoring officer as well, I do feel moved to put a couple of things on record. One is Councillor Maschini is not pursuing some separate interest in the Greater Cambridge Partnership. She represents this county council in the Greater Cambridge Partnership, and she is working, as do all the participants, between the county and the district councils in the common interest of finding solutions that are the best for our county. And that has to be something that should be commended, and it's about representing effectively us as a county council in taking what we all acknowledge are complex and difficult decisions. And secondly, on the point of scrutiny, I think Councillor Count was right. This council meeting is taking a view. It's listening to all of the arguments, it's deliberating, and there will be final votes. And of course, some will be disappointed whichever way the votes go. But to suggest that scrutiny doesn't exist, we're a committee-based system, we're not a cabinet system, as Councillor Count well understands, Chair. So our
Chair, point of order.
Councillor Count.
That was not what I said, and that cannot be misinterpreted that way. I never said that scrutiny didn't work through a committee system, and the only reference I made to the cabinet system was the fact that I'm on the cabinet at another council, and therefore I cannot scrutinise myself by being on the overview and scrutiny committee. It is a deliberate conflagration of what I said by Councillor Howard.
Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Howard.
Yes, well, I certainly didn't mean any personal disservice to Councillor Count, but I make the point for the public who have listened to this debate that there is full scrutiny of this. We will end up with a democratic vote whichever way it goes. And this is just the latest step of a process, at each stage of which the colleagues in the GCP and ourselves as a county council deliberate carefully on the basis of all of the evidence before us. And I think that's important to put on record in the light of the various points that have been made about predetermination. Thank you.
Thank you. With no one else registered to speak, I'm going to move to Councillor Bowden. If you're going to register to speak, could you please let us know now rather than leaving it to the last minute? Thank you, Councillor Bowden.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair, for calling me. And one of the reasons for leaving it to the end was so that I wouldn't need to remind you. I would ask for a recorded vote to take place on this on the substantive motion. And the reason is this is a massively important vote that we're about to take. Now, one positive thing about the process that we've had leading up to today has been the amount of engagement there has been from individuals and local organisations. And I can say that in the 8 years that I've been a member of this county council, I have never received as many individual, non-copied responses and comments from individuals as I have on this particular debate. And I have taken pleasure in responding to each and every email that I've received, many of which I know have been copied in the original emails to all the members of this council. And I've taken great pleasure in responding to them all. And I've been pleased to get some responses back, some by phone, some by email from individuals, and I think that's a very helpful part of the democratic process. However, it has revealed some real disappointment on the part of our residents who are fundamentally the people who have the democratic rights in this organization. And two comments which have been made, which I'd like to repeat. The first, which was copied into everyone, was from one resident who said that he'd say that he doesn't have faith in the democratic process anymore. As residents, we were asked to vote for councillors. We cast our vote to a great extent based on their views with respect to the busway. It seems they have changed their mind. Why? I can only speculate that factors are at play that are not laid open to the general public. And it is a very serious matter, Chair, when people feel that the democratic trust that they have put in councillors because of things that they said when they stood for election then count for nothing when those same councillors come to vote on that same issue at a council meeting. I had another resident who, in a verbal conversation, she asked me, why is it that Liberal Democrat and Labour councillors are determined to destroy Coton Orchard against all the evidence? You'll be pleased, Chair, to know I did defend Labour and Liberal Democrat councillors and said it's not true that they're all against orchards. It's not true that they're doing it deliberately. Many of them really don't actually approve of this, but they're being forced to do it by their party political leadership. And I would ask all members to reach into their hearts, to reach into their souls, and to vote according to what is really required rather than what they're being told to vote. So I do ask, Chair, just to remind you, for a recorded vote so that it can be on the public record when it comes to the next election, just how people voted, maybe in comparison to the way in which they promised that they would vote when they stood for election. I saw one councillor, I'm not going to name that person, Chair, one councillor who said rather smugly, on another very serious local issue, oh, it doesn't matter, not up for election for another 2 years, by that time they'll have forgotten all about it. That's a terrible attitude for anyone to have towards local democracy. Thank you indeed, Chair.
Thank you, and I've noted your request for a recorded
Chair,
vote.
sorry, just another point of order if I can.
Councillor Goldsack.
Yeah, and this is, again, this is across the floor. We have two members of our group that have arrived during the debate. I also know members of the ruling administration had members arrive during the break. I would like a guidance on whether they are allowed to vote on this or not. The second point I would like to add is, with due respect to her and her ill health, I noticed Councillor Taylor was in the debate for the last one but didn't vote, is in the debate for this one, and therefore, well, has she still got the right to vote or not? I just would like that cleared so that there's unequivocal, and I'm asking this both for the people in the room and also the many visitors we've got here today because they need to know.
Go to the monitoring officer on that one, please.
I would just say that if members are here, they're entitled to vote. If they're physically present, they can vote.
So you're saying that they can vote even if they just walked in the room now and took their seat and didn't hear the debate? They're still entitled to vote?
They are if they're present.
Okay, thank you. That's clear, thank you.
Right, with that, I'm going to move to Councillor Singer as a seconder of the motion a very long time ago.
Thank you very much. The proposal for this public transport route is something which I have been deeply involved in for the past 8 years. The route enters Cambridge in my ward, and it has been incredibly controversial for all of those 8 years. I vividly remember attending one of the first GCP meetings where Councillor Ian Bates told the residents he had ruled out the northern route entering Cambridge to the north of the current M11 bridge on the basis of the view from the American cemetery, and I was furious. 8 years on, and numerous investigations and independent audits later, the route has been significantly improved. The park and ride has been moved to Scotland Farm, a hugely important change, meaning Coton will no longer be dominated by a car park at the top of the hill. The route along St Neots Road in Hardwick has been revised from the proposals brought forward by James Palmer, so that trees screening houses from the A428 will now remain. The route to the east of the M11 has been redesigned to protect the maximum amount of the Westfields and has responded to the concerns of residents and cyclists so that Adams Road will no longer be affected. Of course, I wish it were possible to build a high quality public transport route without chopping down a single tree, but it is not possible. The on-road route has been thoroughly examined over many years and would itself have a significant impact on trees. Residents of Camborne have waited many years for the long-promised public transport option for travel into Cambridge. The UN report yesterday emphasised yet again just how urgent it is that we take steps to decarbonise our economy, and high-quality public transport is a critical part of decarbonising transport in our area. If this proposal is passed today, I give my personal commitment to do everything in my power to ensure, firstly, that the minimum damage is done to the Coton Orchard, but also, and equally importantly, that the promises made as part of this proposal to ensure biodiversity net gain as a result of this route is honoured. Moving to a net zero economy cannot be done without changing the way we travel. This Camborne to Cambridge public transport route has been tested over many years against alternative options. The residents of Camborne were promised a high-quality public transport route many years ago. I believe passionately that we need to provide attractive and fast alternatives to travel by private car, not only to tackle climate change, but also to give those who do not have access to a car or cannot drive the chance to benefit from the educational and employment opportunities of our wider area. So I ask you to support this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Councillor Mashini to sum up.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much, everybody, for all your contributions. I know this is one of the, if not the most important debate we've had in this chamber. Certainly, it's an extremely important decision, and I would like to apologise perhaps for being a little bit heated in an earlier speech, but it's a sign of just how seriously I and everybody else in this room takes this, and just how intolerant I am in a debate as important as this, of falsehoods being uttered in my presence. Some of them. No one has ever directly compared the on-road route to the proposed off-road route. False. The off-road route would result in the removal of 1,000 trees. False. The on-road route would not result in the removal of any trees. False. The on-road route would not result in any impingement upon the American Cemetery or Madingley Wood. False. The currently proposed scheme will cost more than 200 million. False. The GCP have never consulted on on-road options or have otherwise ignored consultation results. False. We have addressed points in this debate, points that are very important in relation to the environmental impact of the scheme, the impact on Coton Orchard and on trees all along the route, and on pollutant emissions on the A428. We have discussed the relationship between C2C and EWR and the potential of upgrades to the Girton interchange. There is, I'm afraid, no easy solution that addresses the need for sustainable public transport infrastructure without affecting the landscape in ways that are sometimes really difficult to accept. Students in Camborne are already barred from access to post-16 educational opportunities in Cambridge unless they have a car of their own or a lift or money for taxis. And even if they do, they are currently spending 3 hours of their day stuck in traffic on the A428. One of the most congested and polluted roads in Cambridgeshire, resulting in record levels of acute asthma, as noted by Royal Papworth and other hospitals. There is no answer. I want this to be heard very, very clearly. There is no answer to the now urgent climate crisis without building sustainable infrastructure that allows fuel burning cars to come off the roads. In closing, please reflect. If the words of pupils at Camborne Village College don't convince, if the success of the local plan and the economy don't convince, if our relatively unimportant gateway reviews do not convince, please be convinced by the need for public transport infrastructure, the need to do, not just pretend we're doing and delaying. Please, let's get this done. Thank you.
Thank you. So before we move to the vote, we have Councillor Bowden's request for a recorded vote. Everybody in favour of that? That's easily 14 hands, I think. Thank you. So before we move to the vote, I need to remind you, as the Transport and Work Act is seeking an order under the terms of Act Section 239 of the Local Government Act applies, which requires a majority of the whole number of the members of the authority at a meeting of the authority. Therefore, in order for the motion to be carried, 31 members will need to vote in favour. Mrs. Rowe, could I now ask you to open a recorded electronic vote on the motion?
Members in favour of the motion, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the motion, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain.
Yeah.
Chair, I'm now closing the vote. The result of the vote is 33 votes in favour, 26 votes against and no abstentions. The motion is therefore carried.
Thank you. So we promised that we'd take the making connections, questions, petition and motion at about 1 o'clock. We're now running a bit late, so I'm going to propose that we take a 45-minute break now and return at 1:30 with the questions, the petition, and then Councillor Count's motion. And we'll defer, with the consent of the meeting, we'll defer all other business until after Councillor Count's motion. Thank you very much. See you at 1:30.
Steve's not come back, has he? Steve's not there.
Could I ask you all to please take your seats? So good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for joining us for the second half of today's County Council meeting. There are lots of people in the gallery, and also I've been told there are lots of people in the overflow room downstairs. So it's excellent to see so many people participating in local government and our council debates as well. So thank you very much for taking the effort to turn up today. So at this point, I'm going to skip ahead in the agenda because we said we'd take the items on the Making Connections STZ issue at 1 o'clock, and it's now 1:30. So people have been waiting patiently. So at this point, I'm going to take the 3 public questions, content of which has been circulated electronically to all members and published on the council's website. So first of all, can I ask South Cambridgeshire's District Council, Councillor Daniel Lentini, to come forward and ask his questions? Lentil, sorry. Okay, let's move on then to, can I ask Mr. Rory Coleman to come forward and ask his question? You have 2 minutes to ask your question, 1 minute for a supplementary question, and I think the question is for Councillor Beckett.
No problem. We're sorted here.
Good afternoon, councillors. I'd like to start by saying to each and every one of you that this is a real opportunity for you to allay an unprecedented level of fear, mistrust, upset, and quite frankly, pure fury that this proposal has engendered in a population who, given recent and current events, look naturally to their elected officials for support. What concerns me and the thousands that have signed this petition is the fact that none of the councillors present here today have a mandate for imposing a congestion charge. Liberal Democrats and Labour, knowing this was in the pipeline, for some peculiar reason, all failed to mention it at the last election. And yet, here they are now, united in pushing this monstrosity forward. If I may, I would like to direct my question directly to you, Councillor Alex Beckett. You sit here as the chair of the Highways Committee, a position of importance and authority granted to you by the people. I wonder if those that put you in that seat knew about the plans you now so fervently support. My question is this, and rather like the referendum itself, I'm looking for a simple yes or no. In securing this role, did you personally include the proposal of a congestion charge in your manifesto?
Councillor Beckett.
Thank you, Chair. And firstly, thank you, Mr. Corman, for your question. I know we might not necessarily agree, but it's great to see residents engage and challenge. None of this is easy. There are difficult decisions to be made all around, but I'm really pleased to see that you are actually here today and able to bring your views. That's really important for all of us.
Thank you.
The GCP, as we all know, has carried out one of the biggest and most wide-ranging consultations in its history. It's led to over 24,000 responses. It deliberately asked a range of open and closed questions to ask people whether they supported the scheme, which elements they did support and which elements they didn't support, what they might like to see done differently, or what alternatives they proposed. This was intended to provide a richer and more nuanced feedback style than a simple yes or no. I do not believe this is a simple yes or no answer for any of this. This is a complex decision that requires complex analysis. All of us need to take a look at what the feedback to the consultation says, look at any amendments that the GCP might bring and what scheme might be brought forwards before we decide on what needs to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary question?
Yes. Right, so that's a clear no then. So here's the thing. It's obviously clear that the proposal of a congestion charge was not in your manifesto. So why is it subject to your party's whip? It strikes me that you do not have the right to make a decision on the matter in that case. So do you not agree that it would be moral, decent and democratic of you to either stand for election on this issue to determine whether or not you have our support, or save everybody's time by granting us a referendum today?
Thank you again, Mr. Corman, and thank you to everyone else. I know this does invoke an awful lot of passion on everyone. I, for one, can assure you that I have not been whipped on this issue. Nobody has told me to vote one way or the other, and I very much intend to use my own moral compass and all the evidence in front of me before I make any decision on any final scheme that is passed. Now, we owe it to the 28,000 people that replied to look through those responses. We owe it to them all. We really do. To be able to set that aside would be the least democratic thing that we ever did as a council. We owe it to them. The results of the consultation will be included in a final report to the GCP scheduled for June 2023. Now, as you know, the proposals as they currently stand do not have any form of charging being implemented until 2028. There is a long time to go before this. There will be further elections for all of this. There will be many, many chances for people to have their say and to have their voices heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beckett. Next up is Councillor Lentil. You have 2 minutes to ask your questions, and if you choose 1 minute for a supplementary question.
There we go. Councillors, thank you.
My name is Dan, and I am the South Cambridgeshire District Councillor for Over and Willingham. Interestingly, in our neck of the woods, we've had 2 by-elections since these proposals were made. One in Longstanton, Oakington and Northstowe. That led to a 40% swing against the Lib Dems, the party I resigned from, over this issue. And last week in Cottenham, Councillor Goff's neck of the woods, another 40% swing against the Lib Dems. I wonder what came up. This is an issue that affects me as a resident of Over and Willingham, with villages which are set to be considerably worse off if Addenbrooke's is included in the zone. Also, as a South Cambs district councillor for that ward, I can see the serious damage to trust and confidence in our system that will be done if such a large innovation is done without any kind of mandate, either in a regular election or through a referendum. And I would argue that one thing that you can all do, and we can all do, to turn the temperature down and to engage properly with the debate, not hate agenda,
Councillor
is to actually debate.
Councillor Lentil, this is a question. Can you ask your question, please?
What is democratic about doing stuff to people without their consent? And what is liberal about doing stuff to people without their consent? Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Beckett.
Thank you. And thank you, Dan, for bringing this question. Addenbrooke's is obviously incredibly important to all of us. It's an institution which plays such a part in all of our lives. I know myself, I have to thank the staff of Addenbrooke's for the help they've given to my family. Personally, I'll never forget having to rush my wife there from our wedding engagement party and standing by her bed for the next week as she recovered from serious illness. I'll never forget saying goodbye to one of my friends in the Papworth. I don't think I'll ever be able to thank the staff of Addenbrooke's enough for what they have done for all of us. And I think it's incredibly important that you bring these points. It's really important to all of us. The story of Transport Addenbrooke's, though, isn't so simple. Representing Queen Edith's on the border of Addenbrooke's, I know firsthand what misery inconsiderate drivers visiting the hospital can cause. Both sides willing, Councillor Lentil, I'd be willing to introduce you to the residents of Red Cross to hear their personal stories, if you wanted to. Similarly, I've heard from other residents who have had to choose between staying at the hospital for the treatment they need or catching the last bus home. We've heard from Mike Moore, the chair of Cambridge University Hospital, about the lack of public transport has on staff recruitment. All in all, transport around Addenbrooke's is a difficult issue, which requires much serious, thoughtful consideration. Serious consideration, which is often not possible given the binary and dividing nature of a referendum. The GCP has carried out the biggest and most wide-ranging consultation, as I've said before, 24,000 responses. It deliberately asked a range of open and closed questions so that those exact issues could be captured and analysed. We owe it to all of those residents to listen to all of those responses and analyse. I'm sure we'll hear much more discussions about the pros and cons of a referendum. I know I have one more question asking about it before the debate is closed, but we owe it to people to listen to what they say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lentil, you now have 1 minute to ask a supplementary question if you choose.
The M11 access corridors play absolutely no part in congestion into Cambridge. So my residents do not need to have a paywall between them and their healthcare put up by the Labour and Lib Dem councillors in this room. Charles I, that man of blood, he tried to put in a tax without consent. George III tried to do it, tax the 13 colonies without their consent, representation. Not happening. Over and over again, history is making the mistake you guys are doing right now. So here's my question. Taxation without representation. Guys, please don't hand the county over to the Tories. Do this properly. Question mark.
That's not a question, is it?
Thank you,
Councillor Beckett, is there a question there for you to answer? You can try.
I don't think any of us want to hand the current county council over to the Conservatives. We have seen the widest ranging consultation the GCP has ever done. And as I said before, it is incumbent on us to look at what that says. People are able to give their representations. You being here today is your representation. We have seen however many people around talking to us, sharing their issues. And I think all of that requires us to look carefully, to think carefully, and to take this matter incredibly seriously, which is what it deserves. This is not a simple issue. And I don't think distilling it down to simple issues is the way forwards.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you, councillors.
Thank you. Next up is Mr. Roy Stamp. Mr. Stamp, you have, sorry, Councillor Count.
Yeah, a point of order, Chairman. It's to follow on from what was said earlier. Councillor Lentor had 28 seconds left on the clock to get to his question, and there's a briefing beforehand. They have 2 minutes to get to the question. I don't understand, like Councillor Tierney doesn't, why they were interrupted before the end as they get to their question.
Because, Councillor. Okay, so let me repeat the answer I gave earlier. The Constitution allows members of the public to answer a question in 2 minutes. Yeah, if it gets to the end of the 2 minutes, I don't want to have to cut the members of the public off without giving them the opportunity to ask their question. So it was a courtesy to all of the speakers for me to remind them to ask their question before the end of their time elapsed. That is the fairest way of dealing with this. I do not wish to get into a situation of imposing arbitrary limits on some speakers and some question askers and not to others. So I'm going to enforce those. I've been very clear to everybody here. I've spoken to all the questioners to tell them that I'm going to enforce the 2 minutes strictly. So it's up to the questioner to answer a simple question inside 2 minutes is not a lot to ask. So again, I'll refer you to the Constitution, but I am following that to the letter as I always do. Thank you for your question. Mr. Stamp, I'm sorry for that interruption. Could you please ask your question? You have 2 minutes and then 1 minute for a supplementary question if you so choose.
Don't you think it's funny that the only people who are happy for the consultation are the minority who are wanting to impose this new tax? By the minority, I mean 19%, according to the latest polls. Yes, 81% of us stand against this. So why are the 19% in favour of a consultation? I know. They think they know, as you know, as we all know, that the only way you're able to bypass democracy is to force this through by appearing to listen to the people. This is not democracy. You, all of you here, you, our elected leaders know it. You have a duty to defend the democratic process. Not a single one of you stood for election on this issue, as been said earlier. You have no mandate and therefore do not have the authority to make a decision for us. Do you really want to be responsible further down the line for making this decision on our behalf? I wouldn't, not for all the tea in China. Given the gravity of the proposal and the lack of public trust in the consultation, do the council not agree that the only decent, moral, and democratic decision open to them is to grant the people their right to vote on this contentious issue, the issue ever discussed in this chamber?
Councillor Beckett.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you. And thank you for coming and asking your question. I actually thought you were going to ask a question about foster carers, but that's fine. Okay. Okay, no problem. But thank you for coming along and asking your question. It is really vital that we have everybody engaged. Originally, I believed you were raising an issue about foster carers, and it is an incredibly important part to talk about is people with disabilities and how they are affected by this. I hear constantly of issues of people being affected with disabilities from a lack of public transport or to parking issues for blue badge holders, pavement parking affecting the blind, all the way up to how busy streets can overwhelm children suffering from autism. These are all things that need to be carefully considered. One of the big strengths of referenda is that they treat everyone voting equally. It is also one of their biggest weaknesses. Referenda are notoriously bad at considering the needs of minority groups, as we've just highlighted with disabled people. Is it right that an able-bodied person who only visits Cambridge once a week gets the same voice as somebody who's disabled and lives and works in the city? Is it right that a 17-year-old reliant on public transport to get to an apprenticeship gets no voice at all in a referendum? What about somebody living in Saffron Walden but caring for somebody in the city? Again, they would get no vote in a referendum. So whilst I understand the desire for direct democracy, and we're about to have a big debate on this, be aware that referenda can lead to some of the very groups that we care about the most, the groups that we're trying to protect, to become marginalized and excluded.
So you have 1 minute to ask a supplementary question if you choose.
Well, I do thank you for all the disability parts that you said in that, because I've got Parkinson's, so I do have a disability. But okay, then would you mind explaining to me something? The consultation could be completed by anybody in the whole wide world. And that has been proved by IT consultants. IT consultants have verified that it is completely impossible to filter out all the multiple entries because of this. The data being used by the decision makers is not reliable for that fact. So you're talking about the people who just live around. What about the people all over the world, you know, who voted in it, who you know, went for the consultation? Given the information, do the council not agree that the only way is for a referendum and risk making the wrong decision for the wrong and due and poor information? I was here 2 weeks ago when I heard about Jerry Bird and all the things that happened to her, and I didn't know any of that. And that really worries me about all you councillors making a decision today, and that could all happen.
Time's up, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
You've asked your question, I think.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you again. And the point about Councillor Bird is well heard. I don't know if you're aware, but after Mill Road, all of us that voted in favour of it had our public details shared online, with people being encouraged to come around to our houses and have it out with us. That's not what we should be doing in public society. It is really important that we all talk about this. This is a really challenging issue. It really is, and I believe that. So we do really need to consider it really, really carefully, and that needs to be done with people being careful and actually listening to each other. Quickly, to come back to your point about people voting from all over the world, that's actually a slight specialist subject of mine. I used to be an IT security professional. All I used to do is doing those sorts of things. So there are very many ways that you can look to exclude those and to look at where people have voted from and to take out multiple responses. Very happy to do that. The GCP will no doubt be looking very carefully at the data to make sure that it is an accurate reflection of what people believe, and they will be doing an awful lot of analysis on it. It is within our bounds, and we should be looking at that data, listening to all of those voices and analysing it, and then us taking the very, very difficult decisions forwards after that. It isn't going to be an easy decision for any of us, but we need to be doing it carefully and considered. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the public questions. We're now going to move on to a petition demanding a referendum to decide on the congestion charge for Cambridge, which was received by the deadline to allow a spokesperson to speak and contains well over 3,000 signatures. I think the petition organizer can confirm the actual number. So you can speak. This allows the petition organizer or the nominee to speak at the meeting. So could I ask Rory Coleman, petition organizer Kieran Johnson, to speak for the petition? You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon again, councillors. I'm presenting this petition on behalf of Kieran Johnson, Chair of CAMS Against Congestion Charge, who are supported fully by Cambridgeshire Residents Group, the GMB Union, and thousands upon thousands of ordinary people who will have their lives impacted by the introduction of this new tax. In addition to the 15,600 signatures on this petition, I feel it pertinent to mention the 29,000 signatures raised on change.org petition started by Liam Geraghty, as well as the 8,000 signatures raised by Anthony Brown. Be under no illusion. The full weight of public opinion is presented here, with the current poll standing at 81% against the proposed congestion charge, and to dismiss this request, in our opinion, would send a frightful message to the people that you are supposed to represent, and we strongly advise you not to sow the wind. I have heard Councillor Bagent of the GCP, Labour councillor for Romsey Ward, state that it would be far too expensive to hold a referendum, that we simply cannot afford it. Well, the people of Cambridge have an answer for that. We can't afford not to hold a referendum. The care workers can't afford not to. The tradespeople can't afford not to. The small businesses can't afford not to. The infirm who don't qualify for blue badges can't afford not to. The low-income households can't afford not to. The GMB union state that their members can't afford not to. The thousands of residents that took to the streets to march, to protest, can't afford not to. You can't afford to not hold this referendum either, because the eyes of the whole of Cambridgeshire are upon you now as our elected officials. Where consultations fail, democracy must prevail. And this consultation has failed. The process has lost the trust of the people, and for good reason. It is widely felt that the questions were weighted to achieve the outcomes desired by the GCP. Many valid points are able to be overlooked in final deliberations. And furthermore, the Council's decision is not bound by the outcome of a consultation in any case. This consultation is not democracy. Referendum is. Judging by what has been said in the media, we have a horrible suspicion that another argument that will be used by this council to brush aside this fair and reasonable demand is that the issue is far too nuanced for a simple yes/no vote to be appropriate. That argument may have held some weight had £350,000 of our money not been spent on a comprehensive campaign by the GCP to ensure that we are all fully aware of the supposed benefits that the proposed charge is set to deliver. Let me stress that we are not calling for a referendum on the more nuanced issues in any case. We simply demand that the GCP rethink their method of funding and adjust their ambitions accordingly. They must cut their coat according to their cloth. Before you make your decision today, it falls to us to remind you all that not a single member of this chamber, or indeed all of Cambridgeshire, stood for election on this issue. That the council therefore have no mandate to make a decision that will impact the lives of so many people. There must be no taxation without representation. It is a sad indictment that councillors have been rushing to remove their contact details from the public domain. Granted, it's sensible to move, given that the current climate, but it shouldn't have to be that way. This is only necessary because the councillors are no longer representing the needs of their constituents and offering them support with their concerns. It is time for attitudes to change. We call upon you now to put aside your personal beliefs, to put aside what your party expects of you, to stand up proudly for democracy and the people that you represent, to acknowledge the people's lack of belief in the consultation, to have faith in their good judgment, and ultimately to preserve the dignity of this chamber by handing the burden of this dreadful decision to those whom it affects the most. Thank you.
Thank you. As there's a motion, Councillor Count at agenda item 10B, calling for a local poll, I propose that the petition be debated as part of this item. So can we move to 10B now? And can I ask Councillor Chris Bowden on behalf of Councillor Count to move and speak to the motion as set out on pages 4 and 5 of the council agenda?
Happy to so move. Chair, do you want me to speak straight away? Thank you very much indeed, Chair. Well, this motion is not about the pros and cons of the congestion charge. This is about holding a local poll. And there's been no issue, I think, which has generated more heat over the last 12 months than we've had when discussing the imposition of a congestion charge around Cambridge. And we've heard very clearly from the questions which have just been asked, and also from the petition organizer, that there is a massive concern that there is a democratic deficit here. Residents across the county, both within Cambridge City and outside it, are asking when their views will be taken into account, since virtually none of them was asked at the last local elections what the opinion was that they had of their candidates, since the candidates in front of them didn't say whether they were supporting or opposing a congestion charge in Cambridge. So they had no opportunity through the election process of the last county council elections to give their democratic opinion. And we're still in the invidious position, Chair, that some of the councillors who are amongst the strongest supporters of congestion charging are still publicly claiming that they haven't yet made up their minds and they're waiting to hear what the result is of the GCP consultation. And they're doing so, no doubt, first of all, to avoid any accusations of predetermination, and secondly, it may be because they know what the opinion of the people really is. And there's been enough of this pointless political playing around. The people actually want their say, and they are suspicious that they're not going to be given their say by this council. No wonder there was so much anger expressed in those questions and in the petition that we've just heard. Now, before this debate began, Councillor Beckett actually gave us some useful information. First of all, he said that there is a major consultation, that is the GCP consultation, with some 24,000 respondents. But there is very little confidence that this consultation is actually going to be fair. And there's a number of reasons for that. The first, as has already been mentioned, is that many of the questions were, to the extent that they could be, slanted in favour of a particular outcome. That didn't give people confidence when they were filling in the form that it was going to be fair. The second reason is that, probably knowing what the answer is, in fact, they will know what the answer was very quickly. Most of the questions were, or a significant number of the questions were simple multiple choice questions. And within days, they will have known what the results of those multiple choice questions were. There were other questions where people had to fill in writing and would have taken some time to go through those 24,000 of them. But where there were multiple choice questions, those answers would have been known to the GCP within days of the close of the consultation. Yet here we are, still not knowing what the result of that was. And we're told it will take 6 months from the close of consultation to the time it will be announced, noticeably after the next local elections. And one can only imagine, one can only come to the conclusion that that's because this whole process isn't a fair process and it's being slanted to achieve a particular solution. But Councillor Beckett did actually give us an interesting solution to this, or partial solution. He admitted that there hadn't been any democratic vote on this. People hadn't been given the opportunity in elections to vote pro or anti-congestion charging. But he did point out that the congestion charge won't come in before the 2028 elections, and there would be opportunities, until 2028, and there would be elections before 2028, giving people the opportunity to have their say. So I would like to thank Councillor Beckett for that suggestion, and suggest to residents in Cambridge City, in East Cambridgeshire, and in Fenland, that in a couple of months' time, when they have the opportunity to vote, pay attention to the fact that Labour and the Liberal Democrats are trying to force this through, and vote accordingly. Give the politicians who are trying to support this proposal a very clear message. Because ultimately, believe it or not, politicians depend upon your votes. And if they see they're not getting your votes, they may actually change their minds. Finally, I have made a request for under freedom of information to get the data that the GCP know about the result of this consultation. They've turned me down, they turned down the appeal. I'm now appealing to the Information Commissioner to give us the information which the GCP are trying to hide. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bowden. Do you have a seconder for that motion?
Yeah, happy to second, Chair. Would you like me to speak now?
It's up to you. Would you like to speak now?
I'll speak now, thank you. For anything to warrant the possible unbudgeted expenditure of circa 1.5 million to even be considered, it has to be at the top of discussions amongst the residents of our wonderful county. And no, this isn't even potholes. Regrettably, this situation is the congestion charge. The dictated situation we find ourselves in the legal restrictions on predetermination mean we must be careful that which we say. So I will be careful and I will try to keep it as short as possible. I cannot think of many matters that need the say of the entire county, but this proposal is possibly to be revised by the GCP driven outcome looks to improve lives of Cambridge residents whilst impacting not 100% positively the lives of residents elsewhere, such as my ward of Soham North and Isleham. We've heard lots of talk around this and Isleham. People from Isleham work in Cambridge. They work at Addenbrooke's. They work in the shops in Cambridge. They work in the Grand Arcade, etc., etc. You are taxing them for coming to work, and that's not right. Despite an invitation to the GCP from Soham Town Council, nobody's been out to these areas of our county to talk to them, to tell them the benefits from what is being proposed. We are told that the consultation is currently being worked and we await the answers. To non-Cambridge residents, that's like awaiting root canal work from a trainee dentist. 24,000 responses to a consultation, some positive, some negative. We're waiting on the outcomes. 15.6k responses to a petition. I think we all know whether they're positive or negative. There were other numbers as well. 24,000 from a survey response, 15.6%, 15.6k elsewhere, 29k from change.org and 8k from Anthony Brown's petition. I think, again, we probably know which way that they've gone. The motion attempts to give the majority and not the minority the chance to have a say, a final say over the countywide impacting issue. Cambridge is and should always be the county town for all in Cambridgeshire. I'm born and bred in East Cambridgeshire. It's my county town, just as much as somebody that lives in the city itself. The situation has overshadowed some good aspects of the consultation, and that is a shame. However, I encourage you all on behalf of your residents, wherever in our wonderful county you may have been elected, to give them the chance to make such an impactful and contentious decision and back this amendment for a referendum and give the people of Cambridgeshire their rightful say in a Cambridgeshire-wide matter. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to move to debate now. Councillor Dupre's first, I think. Is that what you were signaling for? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. It's important to start by noting that this motion today is not about the merits or otherwise of the proposals put forward for consultation by the Greater Cambridge Partnership, but about the method by which a decision should be made about them. It is, after all, perfectly possible to be deeply sceptical both about the GCP proposals and also about a simplistic yes-no referendum as the means to resolve them. A referendum offers a deceptively simple, but also very expensive, way of resolving a complex issue. Far from providing a clear answer, it gives no clarity at all about any impacts outside whatever simplistic question has been chosen. Cornish fishermen have been learning that lesson for some time now. It's absolutely the worst way to resolve a complex set of interrelated issues about climate and air quality and the use of public space and how to offer everyone who needs it the opportunity to move around the county efficiently, affordably and safely, and about who should pay for that. There is no room for dialogue in a referendum, no room for compromise or complexity or cooperation. Everything is black or white, yes or no, good or bad, right or wrong, all distilled down into a simplistic question with a simplistic binary answer. A referendum would give no informative answer on what residents do actually want the council or the Greater Cambridge Partnership or anyone else to deliver. A referendum would also give a vote to many people whom the issue does not affect at all, and deny a vote to many people whom the issue affects very significantly. People who live in Cambridgeshire, but never ever come into Cambridge, would have a vote on journeys they never make, but which others make every day. Conversely, people who live outside Cambridgeshire, for example, in Royston or Saffron Walden or Haverhill or Downham Market, but who travel into Cambridge every day, would have no say at all on their regular journey. Very elderly residents miles from Cambridge, some of whom may never even leave the house, would have a vote on journeys they would never make, but which many younger residents make daily. Conversely, 16 and 17-year-olds who are not on the electoral register, but who travel into Cambridge every day for education or employment, will be denied a vote on their regular journey. This cannot be a just or fair way to make such a significant decision. The 24,000 responses to the GCP's consultation will contain much more information about what people want and what they don't. They will be the basis on which the GCP will decide whether or not it wishes to progress the scheme it consulted on, or some other scheme, or not to progress anything at all. And if the GCP does decide it wishes to progress with a scheme, whatever it is, and I strongly suspect it won't be the scheme that's been consulted on if they do, and if it involves any element of road pricing, it will then be up to councillors here in this chamber to vote on that one way or the other. It's called representative democracy, and it's how this country has made decisions since the introduction of the universal franchise. And it will be a decision of this council, not of the district councils, as the party opposite are pretending.
Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Chairman. Now, personally, I'm ideologically opposed to movement taxes. I believe that moving across non-private land is a fundamental human right that all human beings should enjoy. And so I don't appreciate any time that a tax is imposed on people to move in and out of their home, to move in and out of their business, to move in and out of their place of leisure, to move in and out of a place where they go for medical services. I think that's wrong. Now, it's true that people have raised that this disproportionately affects those who are more vulnerable, who have less money to spend, because of course they're less likely to be able to afford that new movement tax. But that's not my issue. My issue is that movement taxes themselves are unsound. They just shouldn't be proposed. I've heard a couple of people already speak about the problem with referenda. I believe they're wrong, and I'd like to explain why. Of course, there is absolutely scope for wide discussion in a referendum, because both sides put their arguments to the public, and the public think about those arguments, and then they come to a decision. But fundamentally, the final decision is, shall we do this thing that's proposed or not? It is a binary choice. But leading up to it, wide range of discussion can and would be had on both sides of the argument. That is always the case. Now, if you don't put your argument well enough to win, that's your fault. That's not down to the public. And what I'm most worried about in this criticism of referendums is it's mistrustful of the public. It suggests that you're capable of thinking of these deep issues, but they aren't. But of course they are. Of course they are. So it's not fair to say that. I believe that a referendum is necessary here. I wouldn't always say this because referendums are expensive. That's true. And you won't want to have a referendum for every small decision you make. But this fulfills the need for a referendum for two reasons. First of all, it is fundamentally transformative of the area. It will affect everyone. It will affect them dramatically and will affect them forever. And you may well be looking back in 10 years and thinking, what on earth did we do? It's that transformative, it's that effective. You can see that by the huge voting positions where people, 81%, I think it was, said that they oppose it. I mean, you've got to listen to that. You've got to listen to it. But the second reason is because you could argue, I will go ahead anyway, if you'd already made the case. If you'd already gone to the public in a previous election and said, this is what we're going to do, please vote for us, and then they all voted for you. Well, of course, then you've got a mandate. Then you can say, I don't need to have a referendum. We've already said we were going to do this and you voted us in. But you didn't. You didn't. Now, I would just ask every one of you to think about this. We all depend as councillors on the goodwill of the public in trusting that we'll do our job properly. If we take something this dramatic forwards without a democratic mandate, it affects us all forever. It makes people think, well, what's the point? I don't trust them anymore. We don't need that. We don't want it. We're only able to do the work we do with the support of the public. So I will absolutely be supporting a referendum. Please, everyone do so. Thank you.
Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's fair to say this motion is before us for party political purposes, but I accept that there's some genuine concerns about the congestion charge, about the implications for residents, and about the consultation. So I think we should consider this very carefully. We all know the perils and consequences of referenda. Even if the result gives you the answer that you think you want, there are still considerable problems with it. The question, as Councillor Dupre said, on congestion charging means a lot of things, different things to a lot of different people, depending on their age, gender, location and background. And I'd be interested to hear if the Electoral Commission have indicated if they will support this and what the question on the ballot paper will be. I understand from the motion there will be some consultation on that, but I think getting the question right will be very difficult. The problem I have with this is that it will give a vote to many people whom the issue does not affect at all. I'll deny a vote to many people who the issue affects very significantly. I think the referendum may also discriminate by geography. People who live in Cambridgeshire but never come into Cambridge, they may live 45 miles away from the city, that is. They would have a vote on journeys they never make, which others may make every day if they happen to live over the border in Royston, Saffron Walden or Haverhill, for example. They would have no say at all. And I was also interested in the language used by the petitioner, because he used the term Cambridge and Cambridgeshire interchangeably in his comments. I wasn't clear if he was suggesting that it should be residents in Cambridge that have a vote or in the whole of the county. And I think that's going to be an important distinction here. Well, we're obviously going to discuss later a motion from Councillor Dupre about use of voter ID at the polls, which will obviously come into effect in May. That will also have a huge effect on this poll. That will apply to referenda, that will apply to neighbourhood plans, and that will include parliamentary elections as well. So it will certainly apply to this proposal as well. And there'll be thousands of residents of Cambridge who live and work there, but who are not eligible to vote, who live in the city. They won't be eligible to vote in UK and local elections, and they'll be ineligible to vote on this. And it will reduce a very complex problem to a very simplistic question. And we have no details about that question or the date it will be held. It'll be focused perhaps on just one aspect of that. I doubt it will give us an informative answer. What do residents want? What do they want from the GCP? But what we do know is this motion will cost £1.5 million from our finance resources. Now, we were lambasted at the budget by members across the aisle for not doing enough to protect vital services for vulnerable people. But now we're being told that we can afford to allocate £1.5 million, even before we've listened to the voices from the consultation. 24,000 responses. I think it would be wrong to preempt the results of that consultation. I know some have suggested that on social media. They have many different concerns and alternative ideas, and they must be considered carefully before we come to an informed judgment. Now, I'm sure there'll be changes because of the consultation, but we don't know to what extent those will be. Certain locations could be included, certain locations could be excluded. The effects are to particular travellers or families or businesses, they could all change. Now, I don't think doing nothing for transport in Cambridge is an option. I've heard no alternative proposals. We're not here necessarily to discuss the congestion charge, but I understand that both South Cambs and the City Council are working towards their development plans. That will have a huge effect on this as well. So I can't support this motion, but I will follow carefully the debate on congestion charging as we move to the next stage. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to address two particular aspects that we're discussing here today around this proposal. First, around the referendum or the proposed referendum itself. So I pose the question, what is the question in this? Do you want an improved bus service? Do you want a reduction in pollution? Do you want a good environment for pedestrians? Do you want businesses to be able to get around? Do you want a city that's future-proofed? Are these the questions? If you did want or were willing to accept a pay congestion charge, for what? At what time? At what rate? In which days? It won't have escaped the notice of a lot of people how many Tory authorities have implemented a referendum for new charging models. I can answer you the question, none. Did Boris Johnson conduct a referendum on the increase in the congestion charge in London from £10 to £11.50? No, because there was a public consultation implemented before anything happened there. When the original London congestion charge was introduced in 2003, 300 new buses were introduced across the network. The GCP in the consultation is talking about a huge increase also, and 30 electric buses have already been approved and coming into service this year. So these are quick key questions, I would say, around the referendum itself. Now, a lot has been talked about the consultation and the engagement process. Many of the members here, and I think you heard that from Councillor Beckett, would love to engage with the anti-congestion charge group on this. We really would. But some of the members of the group have incited attacks on members. And we saw that during the Mill Road debate. So I repeat the advice that came from Councillor Beckett, which is engage with us. There is a consultation going to be published. I have no idea what that consultation says. So now is your window of opportunity to engage with us all. One of the previous speakers, it has to be said, posted photographs and videos of one female member after the march in Cambridge and incited attacks on them. I had a conversation via email with Neil Mackay, very good one actually, about potential effects on business. But Neil never said to me at that time come along to the march, we will video and post your image and then encourage members to attack you. That is no way to go about a consultation and engagement. So I'd like to talk about the 1.5 million that's been talked about in the paper. And I do have some advice for the group, all of you who are concerned. You can spend not 1.5 million, you can spend £3.50, buy us a coffee and just talk to us in a rational way about this issue, about what your concerns are, in advance of the consultation being published and subsequent to that. So I do call upon all of you wanting a referendum to engage with us. No demonizing, no Facebook posts of our names and addresses, no threats, just straightforward engagement. Come and talk to us. Finally, Chair, I just want to point out that the government have published a paper in the House of Commons Library in February 2022 on road charging. And it made clear from that paper, and the majority, of course, on the Transport Committee in the House of Commons are Conservatives, that whatever government comes into power, they will have to consider road charging, if not to implement it. So I want to ask all those Conservative members here that they will oppose any road charging mechanisms that are proposed by any future government, whether it's Tory, Labour, Lib Dem, anything else. And so there's a great opportunity for them to say that today. So, Chair, in order not to predetermine myself on this issue, in order to get the maximum benefit from the consultation, and in order to look to a full engagement with all of you who are concerned about this issue, I cannot support a referendum, but I do encourage and look forward to a full engagement. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Gay, please.
Thank you, Chair. It has been stated over and over again that this council does not have a democratic mandate for our city access plans. Well, I want to take you back to 2021 when the democratic process for this council was run and ended up in the joint administration agreement. What did that have to say about transport? Well, I quote, it says we will focus on modal shift to encourage more residents out of their cars, along with infrastructure development to encouragement of sustainable travel and securing safe routes and connections for pedestrians and cyclists. We will seek to invest more in road, footway and cycleway maintenance and routine gully clearance, and end the freeze on residents' parking schemes. So that is what we are trying to implement in the city access plan, and a congestion charge which may or may not come in 2028 is one small part of that overall vision which we are now working hard to implement. So we have a democratic mandate. What do you protesters have as a democratic mandate. You have nothing but your anger, your abuse, and your threats.
Councillor Howell, please.
I'll follow that. Chairman, very, very short. I find it difficult to sit here and listen that members of the public wouldn't understand the complexity of the congestion charging and therefore shouldn't have the referendum on it. And yet those same people from that party were asking for a second referendum with regards to Brexit. A referendum which I'm sure would be far more complex, would have been far more detailed than ever what we could have done. And therefore, Chairman, I find that challenging sitting here today, and therefore I will be voting for the notice of motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sharp, please.
Thank you, Chair. I will touch on, I wasn't going to mention it, but after Councillor Gay's comments, I will. What happened at the Highways and Transport Committee 2 years ago with Councillor Bird was out of order when she was harangued by members of her own party, and certainly what happened, we should be able to say what we think here without being harangued by other people, and I don't accept his comment, but let's move on to what I was going to say. I hear Councillor Beckett say that we need to wait for the result of the consultation, and I use that word very loosely, and I'll touch on that in a moment. In reference to Councillor Lentil, I will happily take on running this council because we would not have put up residents' council tax by as much as 4.99%, and we would have put more money into highways maintenance as we propose now as an alternative budget, which is needed. At a seminar to East Cambs District Councillors by the CEO and Transport Director of the GCP on the 26th of September 2022, I asked that they ensure that the consultation had meaningful questions that sought to ensure the true views of residents were gained and not leading questions. They said they would. Sadly, the consultation that came out is designed to gain a certain outcome. A decision of this magnitude needs a referendum of all residents of the County of Cambridgeshire as it affects everyone. We have a GCP that is not democratic. No one is directly elected to the GCP. So there is no mandate that GCP members, sorry, I've just lost my train, that can put before the electorate and be voted in on. I was told off by the chairman of Highways and Transport Committee about 6 months ago for calling the GCP undemocratic, and was told that I should direct my comments to the CCC appointed representative on the GCP. I did email our representative and have never received a reply. I haven't bothered since. So there is no way that I can discuss this with our appointed CCC representative except in debates like this. That's not, in my opinion, democracy in operation. I've said many times that the GCP has no master plan, just loads of individual schemes, each of which are separately consulted on, using the term loosely. Each of those schemes impinge on other schemes, so we just move the issue from one part of Cambridge to another location. I have concerns about some of the congestion charge proposals that will tax the poorer parts of the community. The £10 charge for the self-employed van owner who lives in Cambridge, the plumber, the electrician, the builder, and the inclusion of Addenbrooks in the zone. Councillor Dupre criticised the referendum as undemocratic, and I understand some of the issues that she raised about people outside the county who live outside the county, and accept that point. But the alternative is going with an undemocratic body that has not received a mandate from residents recommending a proposal to this council. I would remind Councillor Sanderson that democracy comes at a cost, and that is a small price to pay. I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Willard.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's not, hopefully not predetermined to say that I think most of councillors have a lot of concerns about the current proposals as they stand. And many of us make those concerns heard in meetings with residents, in our meetings with GCP officers and so on, including, very pertinent comments about Addenbrooks, about people, how the different low income exemptions would potentially work, the zone itself, the zone boundary itself, and many other aspects of the scheme. But that's, I think, precisely why we have a consultation, so those those responses could be analyzed. And there's not the point of debate today. So what's in front of me, what I see in front of me is a decision on whether a referendum could be a good way to sort out, on the one hand, some of the transport challenges, transport issues that we're having at the moment in our county, and secondly, a way to sort out or perhaps get out of this democratic deficit that many of our residents experience at the moment. And I think on both counts, I don't think the referendum is the right solution. And I would like to explain why, whilst we're in this debate today. First, I find it very difficult to have a referendum or any yes or no answer on a scheme that doesn't exist yet, because I really do hope whatever scheme, if a scheme proceeds from the GCP's analysis, would look different to the one that it is today. So if we had a referendum, say tomorrow, what I would be asked to vote on as a Cambridgeshire resident would be to have an ideological vote, or whether I ideologically oppose, in an ideological sense, a form of charging or not, without any kind of detail. And I think a lot of people are in the middle. I think, of course, some people would oppose it under any circumstances, but just speaking to residents, for example, what would you say to people who are saying, well, I would consider a city center only zone, but not a white zone, for example? There are a lot of people who are on the middle ground, for whom like making a purely ideological decision wouldn't really work, although for some, it would. I don't think, I also want to address the point about, the local elections and councillors not having a mandate, because I actually don't think a referendum is necessarily more representative than local elections, and the opposite. So if I was looking at the turnout in the county council elections in 2021, there are, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, 2 divisions in the whole county council that have a turnout of over 50% in the local elections. One is in Cambridge City and one is in March, actually, I think. So in that case, if hypothetically we stood on a on all our leaflets, we had like one position on this or the other, you could still make the argument the majority of people in any division didn't vote for any of us here. So like if you are opposed to this, you could still say like, well, the councillors, even if they stood on a mandate, are not representative of the majority of people in their division, let alone Cambridgeshire, even within, even if they came first in the first past the post system. So I do find that argument a bit difficult in that sense, in terms of what does representation actually mean. And referendums, as well as local elections, in my view, are not the most representative way, because the same people who are more likely to vote in local elections to be voting for us are the same groups of people who are more or less likely to vote in a referendum. So constantly across all elections, there's some people who don't have the vote at all. So for example, before I was British, I could vote for my local councillor, but I couldn't have voted in a referendum, although I could, I'm a Cambridgeshire resident. So there's this group of people who are on low income, private renters, younger people, they're all less likely to vote in some and not other elections. So that's like, it's a big question of what, at what point the referendum is advisory. And I have to say, like, because we have some Brexit comparisons, before Brexit was actually implemented as a referendum decision, David Cameron, what did he do? He tried to negotiate and find a compromise with the EU on the migration issues alongside other things. And he said, okay, I tried to find a compromise. Here's the new deal with the EU. Then we have a referendum. So in a similar way, he kind of consulted and tried his best to compromise before he put the decision to the public. So not that I agree very much with David Cameron, but at least, he tried to find compromise before that. So I do, for those reasons, I can't really support a referendum as a solution in that sense. Some points have been mentioned around, for example, like, why does my partner who lives in Newmarket and actually drives to Cambridge for work, why wouldn't he have a say? And myself, who doesn't, own a car in Cambridge, will have a say. There's so many questions about the validity, I think, technicality of a referendum. But I want to end on this. I do agree there is a democratic deficit in a lot of the decision making. It's not only on this issue, it's a lot of decisions where people feel they don't have a say. And what is really interesting is this whole debate around making connections actually started with a citizens' assembly. So I wonder if this is an opportunity actually to recognize democratic deficit and think perhaps there are better ways to do democracy on such difficult decisions. If they started with a citizen assembly, which is actually representative of the local population, could it end with it? Could similar schemes end with something like this in the future? But I just don't think a referendum, for many reasons that I don't have time to fit in 5 minutes, like, makes sense in this moment, and it's quite premature in that sense. Thank you.
Thank you. We haven't heard from enough today, but Councillor Machini, you're next.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I am very grateful to my colleagues who have made quite a lot of the points that I think should have informed the debate today. I am very grateful to the people that have come here asking us to do this. It's a very important debate for us to have. But at the same time, we have to recognize a number of things. We want to have a referendum on this issue. The franchise doesn't cover all affected. Children, immigrant residents, out-of-county commuters are not covered by the franchise. We can't make all our decisions on yes and no questions. We cannot. We absolutely cannot. I know people would like to, but we cannot. And the timing of the referendum that has been requested does not make any sense whatsoever. We can't have a vote in May on a scheme that doesn't exist. So maybe we are trying to influence other elections that might be going on at that point. We also need to reflect on the nature of referendums and the fact that those calling for them often do so for reasons other than the immediate issue at hand. It might be that they want to gain an immediate advantage in a local election, or it might be that they need to placate backbenchers. I would like to invite colleagues to reflect on how well recent instances of this kind of thing have worked. Pandora didn't get to put the things back in the box when she didn't like what they were. We currently in this country are still haunted by the demons we released in 2014 and 2016. Bad things happen to those who make forced impact for their immediate gain. Long-term pain follows. I would also remind colleagues of our responsibilities as elected members. We live in a representative democracy, which means that the people elect us to make decisions and we are then accountable for them at the ballot box. In the constitutional environment of the UK, referendums are necessarily advisory. An administration can choose to make itself bound by the result of a referendum, but that decision doesn't absolve it of all the other responsibilities that it has. We have a problem in Cambridgeshire. We have a problem of underfunded and declining public service, a problem of unsupported population growth, whose benefits we all want, but whose consequences we have to manage, or those benefits will not materialize. These problems aren't going away, whatever answer we get in a referendum. Solving these problems will require difficult, painful decisions, whatever we do. And the temptation to pass the buck surely is very strong. You know, let's ask a question, let's get a no, we're done. No, we're not done. We don't get to pass the buck. We still have a job to do. We still have a problem to solve, and it is still our job to solve it, and nobody else's. So I am begging colleagues, please, to be grown up about this. Let's look a problem in the face and let's take our responsibilities. Let's please not hide. Things end up badly if you hide, and if you're too cowardly to do the job that you were elected to do. My name isn't David Cameron, and yours shouldn't be.
Thank you. Councillor Josh Schuman, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Two brief points. Firstly, to say that earlier in debates, we've heard the importance of having all the necessary information in which to make decisions. We've heard that similar comment made during this debate. I understood the proposal today to be another tool for the administration or whoever be making the final decision to have another piece of information before making a decision, a tool which they shouldn't be frightened of. We've heard the consultation provides data, quantitative data or qualitative data, and much more finessed data. Well, fine. If that's what you want to use, then that's absolutely fine. But why are you scared of additional data? This is simply asking a question in which to give you more information on which to base your decisions. The second point I wish to make is that the chairman of the Highways and Transport Committee and other members seem to suggest that by doing this poll or referendum, that residents of Cambridgeshire will be incapable of considering others when they cast their vote. I think that's frankly disgusting. I've spoken to residents where I live who have consistently thought of others when they've casted votes on things or cast their vote in local elections. And to suggest that they wouldn't take into account the impacts on the disabled or less vulnerable is a sad indictment of the brilliant people of Cambridgeshire. Chairman, I'd like to quote a few words from a resignation statement from a Liberal Democrat who said, "It is beyond dishonest. It is dishonourable for Lib Dems to say they are not that they are on the fence about these proposals. Their leadership is 100% determined to impose a congestion charge." In my opinion, Chairman, quite honestly, people that don't want to ask the question, the reason why is they're scared of the answer. Have some courage and ask the question.
Councillor Dew.
Thank you, Chair. I am not, as members won't be surprised to hear, ideologically opposed to having a referendum on any subject under the sun. However, I do feel that as part of this project, where at the moment we're not in a position to have all the knowledge and information, how we would exactly word that or what it should be about is beyond my ability to guess. I mean, there is no doubt an issue in and around Cambridge that with congestion, generally access to the city and in the future growth, it's going to get worse, not better, that the answer to do nothing is not an option. So we've got to do something. It may well be that, as the plans develop and come to us, and they haven't as yet, they're purely, unless anyone's going to correct me, sitting with the Greater Cambridgeshire Partnership at the moment. So until they come to us, we're not in a position to actually, or I'm not in a position as a council to look at it and decide whether or not the overall project is a good one that I should be supporting or otherwise. It may well be that when that comes through at the end of the day, at that point, we may say this is the proposal as a whole, and put that to a referendum. If we start cherry picking parts before we get there, we're in danger of actually never coming up with a conclusion that we can live with. And I think we owe that to lots of people, and we really do. It's important that people who have somehow got themselves firmly ensconced that the actual congestion charge is the only issue here, need to know that we are listening to them, and it's important to do so because I know, the people I represent and in Huntingdonshire, lots of people do go from Huntingdonshire into Cambridge every day, so we need to have some solutions and some answers. I have the greatest sympathy, as I say, with having a referendum. I feel at the moment it's premature, and it may be later on that it's the right way to go. But we need to, as the elected representatives, actually sift out all this information that's going to come to us and come to a conclusion before we're in any position to agree to a referendum, or even if the proposals come to us, to take them forward. And, I wait to see what happens in due course. So thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Count.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Yesterday, I was in a meeting regarding the congestion charge, and I think pretty much I could have predicted most of the words that were used. The things like people outside the area can't vote, the fact that it's not ready yet. We don't know what proposal will come to the County Council. £1.5 million, too expensive. All of them I could have predicted, all of them very weak arguments, as I'll come to in a moment. There were some different points raised, which I was quite surprised by. Councillor Nick Gay's very brave statement that you have a political mandate, because a document that you draw up after you were elected, the pact, mentioned something about improved public transport, didn't mention congestion charging, and that was after you got elected. But well done for trying to convince us otherwise. I'm going to take us back to when we were elected, the first council chamber meeting after that, when Councillor Lorna Dupre promised a new era of transparency. Well, I'm sorry, I don't see that. I don't see this new area of transparency. I'm glad you find this funny. I'm glad that you sit there and giggle away. 15,600 plus people have taken the time to write in a petition. People have come in here for public questions. You're talking about introducing a tax, 60 to 80 million pounds a year that will raise. And you think this is amusing because I quoted you bringing in a new era of transparency from your quote back then, and yet the democratic deficit is why everybody has come here today, because they simply do not trust what is going on. The sales document that went out with the name consultation attached was no more than a marketing exercise. It did not genuinely seek the views of the public. It tried to sway from the opening page to the end page the views of the public into where they wanted a result. The call for a referendum, the petition that calls for a referendum, is because the people of Cambridgeshire feel betrayed, absolutely betrayed by their elected representatives. Not by their elected representatives in March, in Wisbech, along this side, primarily those living in Cambridge City, the Liberal Democrats and the Labour Party. I'll go on further about
democratic deficit every time the politicians who want this brought in talk about GCP proposals. The GCP is a body with 3 people voting on the board, 2 Liberal Democrats, so 2 Labour and 1 Liberal Democrat, joined at the hip in bringing this forward. It is not an officer proposal, it is a political proposal. Somebody in the debate, I'm going to drop my notes because I'm not going to get onto them. Somebody today said that I might be seeking this debate for a different reason to influence the May elections. By God, they're right. By God, they're right. Yes, I am seeking to influence the May elections. And you know why I'm seeking to influence the May elections? Because from the day the consultation started, everybody started talking about this is only plan A, this is plan A, there is no plan B. And it was only when people got upset and livid that people started saying there may be some changes. And at the end of the day, it's not the consultation results you're going to be listening to, it's the election results in May when the people say to you, this is not good enough. They will not trust you. If you manage to survive through the election results with enough people to actually try and force this through, nobody trusts that an amended STZ zone will be your end game. They will always believe that your ultimate game is to tax the cars off the road to such a degree as the original proposals. I'd also add that all those red herrings put out by councillors today, we don't know what the question is. You don't know the wording of the question, but the question is very cleared out. It is, do people want to pay the congestion charge proposed by the GCP in return for that bus, for the improved services that they've outlined, and they're allowed to outline it. So it was very clear. The date that was missing,
That's time, I'm afraid, Councillor Count. Thank you very much. Next is Councillor Jonas King.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. I think I'm seeing a bit of deja vu here because this joint administration keep saying they're going to do something and it's not a foregone conclusion. Don't worry, we'll listen to you. And then they don't listen, they just go ahead and do it anyway. And we've just seen this happen with Great Gidding school closure recently, and it's a bit of a repeat scenario. And here we are again with a similar situation. This, I think, is a foregone conclusion. And I apologise to the public because I don't think that anything that we do on this side to fight for you and to support you is going to help, because they've already made their minds up. We know they have. They're going to vote down this referendum and they're going to carry on and they're going to introduce this congestion charge no matter how hard we fight. And it's really, really shocking to see people like Councillor Gay say, and I can't even, I'm going to have to watch it back because it's incredible, to say that the public, or protesters in his word, have nothing, Councillor Gay, is absolutely disgusting. And that sums up,
Councillor King,
the position.
Councillor King, sit down, please. Could you address your comments through the chair, please, not directly to other members? Thank you.
Okay, Chair. Thank you. Councillor Gay's comments, Chair, were absolutely disgusting and sum up this administration and their position. And not only that, they sit there giggling and laughing. That's how much they do not respect the electorate, how much they do not respect the public. And I apologise to you all today because no matter how hard we fight, we're going to lose this because they don't care about you. They think that they know better, Chairman. They think they know better, and I apologise to you all today, and I just hope that some of them over that side can really, really reach into their hearts and actually change their minds on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Neth-Singer, please.
Thank you. The Making Connections consultation was completed by over 24,000 people. The consultation was wide-ranging and the responses are lengthy and in detail. People took time to fill it in, all 24 plus questions, and it would be rude and disrespectful to all of those who took the time to complete that wide-ranging set of questions to totally ignore their responses and reduce the complex proposal to a single question. It will not surprise any in this room to know that I am broadly not a fan of referendums. Political decisions which are in any way controversial are invariably complex and made on a balance of different benefits and disadvantages. The constitution of this council and this country is based on representative democracy. It is not a perfect system. We could debate the problems of our electoral system at great length, but the advantage of representative democracy is that those of us who stand for election then take on the responsibility of examining complex issues in depth before coming to our decisions. As has been said, if there are proposals brought forward as a result of the Making Connection consultation, they will come back to this council to be determined by the elected representatives of our county. This referendum proposal would cost an extraordinary amount of money and get us no further forward to solving the very serious transport issues that we face. So I ask you to vote against this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beckett.
Thank you, Chair. I grew up in Essex, in a small village next to a reservoir. We had green fields all around us and a garden big enough for me to spend hours shooting tin cans with an air rifle. What I didn't have, though, was a usable bus service. 16-year-old me had the choice of either begging his parents for a lift or taking a 12-mile round trip on a bike along a very scary roads where cars regularly hit 80 miles an hour. Visiting friends was challenging. Getting a job simply wasn't an option. 16-year-old me would also not have got to vote in a referendum. Referenda are appealing. What could be more democratic than giving the vote to the people, right? They've become a popular tool for decision-making in recent years, but this hides the fact that sadly they are a poor choice for complex issues. While they might seem like a democratic way to let the people have their say, the reality is that they can often lead to division and even dangerous outcomes. Take, for example, Brexit referendum of 2016. This asked us all whether or not we want to leave the European Union, except of course it didn't ask us all. It asked British people over the age of 18 if they wanted to leave. The issue of Brexit was multifaceted, involved a range of economic, social, and political considerations. However, the binary nature of the referendum question, leave or remain, meant that many of those nuances were lost in the campaign and the public were left with a simplistic, polarized debate that did not accurately reflect the complexities of the issue at hand. Is it any wonder we're still unpicking those complexities 8 years later? A referendum also doesn't decide the matter. We've all seen Brexit, the Scottish independence referendum. Do any of us think those questions are settled? The Scots are still coming back for another referendum. Referendums are not always the final solution. Referendums can be manipulated by those with an agenda to push. In the case of Brexit, we saw how some politicians and media outlets used misleading and inaccurate information to sway public opinion. The Brexit bus, anyone? With the STZ proposals, we've similarly seen politicians misleading the public, scaremongering. I've even heard members of the opposition describe it as their wedge issue, something they want to use to divide us. We mustn't let it divide us into two camps. I'm already saddened by the fact that some of the questions earlier were not able to make it in person because they were scared, because they were uncomfortable coming here, given everything that's been said. We're better than that. This is a really complex issue which requires serious and thorough work. We've seen that with the truly historic levels of response to the GCP consultation. We owe it to the people to let the GCP go through the 24,000 responses and make sure people's voices are heard. This is not a binary decision, and we shouldn't see it as one. The 16-year-olds of tomorrow would not thank us for doing so.
Thank you. That's been a full debate. So I think we're going to move to Councillor Bowden now to sum up. Thank you, Councillor Bowden.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. Well, I did wait more in hope than in expectation for anyone from the Liberal Democrats or from Labour to explain just how the current democratic deficit can be addressed. And with the exception of the extremely helpful contribution from Councillor Beckett earlier, which we'll come back to, we heard nothing at all. In fact, what we got was an astonishing amount of obfuscation from the Labour and Liberal Democrat administration. But I have to warn members, the people are not stupid. They know what's going on. They can read between the lines. They understand the weasel words. They understand the truth. Now, we heard comments such as that democracy is imperfect. It's too complicated for ordinary people to understand, so we won't bother giving you a vote. We heard that we have a representative democracy. Well, my answer to that is start representing the people whom you're meant to represent. I think, Chair, you should give an award to Councillor Gay for inventiveness, because how astonishing. He comes up with a statement made after the election, and he read it out at some length, starting off with saying, we will engage in modal change. Didn't mention charging once.
Councillor Gay.
Thank you very much indeed. All the better. It started off by saying engage in modal change. Didn't mention charging once, but somehow the residents were meant to understand from engaging in modal change that what people were voting for by voting Labour was they were voting for a congestion charge. It's absolute inventiveness. It's just nonsense. But Chair, please consider giving an award to Councillor Gay for that one. Now, Councillor Beckett was really helpful. Now, I fear, as has been said before, that this motion is going to fail and we won't get our referendum because the Labour Party and the Liberal Democrats will be whipped solidly against it. And that's a great shame. But Councillor Beckett did make it quite clear that there are elections taking place before the charge comes in 2028, and that is your only chance as residents in Cambridgeshire to have a democratic say. So I'd encourage people to do so. One thing I would not encourage people to do who oppose the congestion charge is to make physical threats against individuals who are councillors. That's counterproductive. It doesn't help the argument, and it also dissuades people from actually listening to the very strong argument that there is against a congestion charge. What I would encourage you to do is to give a clear political message to the Labour Party and to the Liberal Democrats. Councillor Beckett made it clear we've got those elections before the charge comes in. So on May the 4th, in Cambridge City, in East Cambridgeshire and in Fenland, if you feel strongly about this issue, vote for candidates who are not from the Liberal Democratic Party, vote for candidates who are not from the Labour Party, boycott them and send them a clear message. They've already got the message from the last 2 district council by-elections that have been.
Councillor Bowden, can you stick to the motion and not electioneer in this chamber? I think that's not acceptable. So please limit your comments to the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My comments are about having a referendum and what the alternatives are if we're not going to be given a referendum. And the only other voice, if they don't get a referendum that the members of the public have, is how they will vote in elections. Now, I personally would prefer them to have their voice through a referendum. That's what I'm advocating. But if that is denied them by members here today, then we've seen in the last couple of months, in those 2 local elections in district councils, just how scared the administration has been. We've heard that in their voices today. So you, members of the public, hearing this on YouTube, listening here in this building, you understand that you have a voice here. You have an opportunity to have a say. And if we don't get that referendum today, and I don't think we will, then you have a chance to say something about it on May the 4th. So I would ask then, Chair, that members do vote in favour of a referendum now. And once again, I will call for a recorded vote to take place so that it will be on the public record which members of this council are willing to give a voice to the people and which members of this council believe that it's better for the people to have their say in the local elections coming up to make sure that the Labour Party and the Liberal Democrats get the message that way. Thank you, Chair.
So Councillor Bowden has requested a recorded vote. Do we have anybody to support that? It's easily 14. Thank you. So, Mrs. Rowe, could you please open an electronic recorded vote on this motion?
Members in favour of the motion, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the motion, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. So 24, 32, yeah, that's right. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. The result of the vote is 24 votes in favour, 32 against, no abstentions. The motion is therefore lost.
Thank you. This has been a long debate. We're due for a break at 3:30. We're going to propose that we take that now before we go on to the rest of business. So if we take a 20-minute break, we'll see you back at, well, 22-minute break, 3:20 p.m. Thank you very much.
You've done very, very well. You're a hero. You really are. You don't know, honestly. It's a very hard. You're out there, very, very skilled. Very, very well. You're
So colleagues, could you please take your seats? Seconds out, round 3.
What's the delay for, Chair, please? We just wonder why we were delayed.
Yes, we're ready to start. Thank you. If you turn back all the pages in your agenda, we're back on item 8, which is item 8A, a very exciting item, recommendation to full council from the Staffing and Appeals Committee relating to the Senior Manager Pay Data and Pay Policy Statement 2023 to 2024. Can I ask the Chair of the Staffing and Appeals Committee, Councillor Murphy, to move that the recommendation set out in page 2 of the agenda be adopted, and asked her Vice Chair, Councillor Shaler, to second. Councillor Murphy.
Yes, I'd like to move that, please.
Would you like to speak to it?
Yes, I'll say a few words. So before you will see that there's a request for 2 items, please, to be supported. One relates to senior manager pay data and the pay policy statement. That is to say, the approach the council takes to senior pay awards. And the other is pay gap reporting. And that relates to statutory and non-statutory reporting. That is to say, gender reporting, which is statutory, and ethnicity, which is non-statutory. The Staffing and Appeals Committee considered all these papers, the data and the policies very carefully indeed, and we supported them unanimously. They do give a rich picture, but a couple of points to note. One is that there is a very important metric in the senior manager pay data, which shows, according to the Hutton review, reflects a level of equity within the workforce, and that is the ratio of chief executive pay compared to the median pay. And that is, in this organisation, is 1 to 6, and Hutton says that it needs to be within a ratio of 1 to 20. So we're doing very well on that metric. Another point to note is that the pay gap reporting has a real data lag. The data is as of last March, a year ago. So we're looking at how to get more up-to-date reporting on the actions that are taken in relation to the latest data. But I do urge members to support this, please.
Thank you. Seconder?
I'm happy to second that, Chair.
Would anybody like to debate this motion? So I take it they were all in favour. Thank you. So that motion's carried. And then we've got the next is item 8B, recommendations to full council from the Staffing and Appeals Committee relating to pay gap reporting. Can I ask Councillor Murphy to move the recommendation and ask set out on page 3 of the agenda, and ask her Vice Chair, Councillor Shaler, to second. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Chairman. I did actually include in my comments previously, comments about the pay gap reporting.
Thank you.
And again, happy to second that, Chair.
Would anybody like to debate the motion? I think we're all agreed that's fine, so we're going to call that carried. Thank you very much. Item number 9 is allocation of seats and substitutes to political groups in accordance with political balance rules. As chair, I move that the allocation of seats and substitutes on the committees to political. I move that the allocation of seats and substitutes on committees to political groups in accordance with the political balance rules as set out in the report be adopted. Councillor Kindersley, will you second that?
So seconded, Chair.
Anybody like to debate that? Are we all in support of it? It's carried, thank you. So then we're going to move back to motions. No. Okay, sorry. Yes. This is an additional item. So following the resignation of former councillor Cox Condren, there is a need to appoint a vice chair of Communities, Social Mobility and Inclusion Committee. I am the view that this is a matter of urgency as there is a meeting of the committee on Thursday. At the same time, it is also proposed to change the vice chair of Children and Young People Committee to Councillor Michael Atkins. So I move that the proposed appointment of Councillor Boulat as a Vice Chair of Community, Social Mobility and Inclusion Committee and Councillor Michael Atkins as Vice Chair of the Children and Young People Committee as set out in a report circulated to members on 16th of March be published and published on the council website be approved.
So seconded, Chair.
Anybody like to debate that motion? Are we happy to support it? Thank you, that's carried. Now we move on to written motion. So it's 10. Can I ask Councillor Dupre to move and speak to her motion as set out on pages 3 and 4 of the council agenda?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move this motion. Would you like me to speak now? Or yeah, okay. Well, thank you. The introduction of voter ID requirements is an eye-wateringly expensive solution to a problem that barely exists. The government's own estimate is that it will cost between £65 million and £180 million over 10 years to implement, with a mid-range estimate of £120 million. That could have paid for a lot of nurses. The problem it's claiming to tackle is microscopic. The Independent Electoral Commission reports every year that there is no significant voter fraud. Indeed, the government's decision to pursue this course of action will lead people to assume that fraud is rife and election results cannot be trusted, which is both manifestly untrue and the route to tyranny. Many people who have the right to vote will find themselves prevented from using that vote as a result of this legislation. Estimates indicate that 2 million people in the UK do not have the right form of ID to vote under the government's new rules, and many don't know they need to do something about it.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, but could Councillor Dupre speak up, please? Thank you. We can't hear from the back.
Lack of acceptable ID is not evenly spread. 11% of unemployed people don't have the right form of ID. 8% of disabled people. Just over half of Black people have a driving licence compared to over 3/4 of white people. Many young people don't have a passport or driving licence, nor do some of the very elderly. A senior citizen's bus pass will be accepted as voter ID, but a young person's bus pass won't. Documentary proof of identity is often difficult for transgender people, who may also be disproportionately disenfranchised. If you don't have approved voter ID, you can apply for something called a voter authority certificate. But because the introduction of voter ID has been so rushed, most people still don't know about it. Nationally, as of a month ago, only 21,000 of those 2 million without approved ID had applied for a voter authority certificate. At that rate, it would take 8 years for everyone needing a certificate to receive one. In my own district of East Cambridgeshire, just 53 applications had been received as of yesterday, and they're arriving at the rate of about 1 per day. To put that into context, if the 2 million people without approved ID were evenly distributed throughout the country, East Cambridgeshire could be expecting to process anything up to 2,500 applications. Several months ago, I began conversations with senior members and officers of this authority to establish how we could use our resources, such as libraries and family centres, to support the effort to save people's votes from being lost to them. And how our staff, who work daily with underrepresented and marginalised groups, could help them protect their right to participate in the democratic process. And I also submitted this motion. Since then, I have been delighted to see the way in which our officers and staff have taken this on and engaged with district council colleagues to reach out to those most at risk of being disenfranchised. Much of the work I have asked for in this motion is now underway. But the message still isn't reaching everyone, and a lot of people are going to lose their legitimate right to vote this May. This motion notes the concerns expressed by bodies such as the Electoral Commission, the Association of Electoral Administrators, and the Local Government Association. It resolves to reiterate those concerns at government level and to take action to support district council partners to minimise the damage to democracy caused by the new requirements. I encourage all members to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to second. Thank you. Councillor Kindersley pretended not to see me, but he did eventually. So I'd like to thank Councillor Dupre, and I'd like to second the motion for proposing this sensible and reasonable motion in response to, I think, what is a crass piece of legislation from central government. When I started my research into the Voting Act and the motion before us, I opened the Electoral Commission website page on voter fraud, and I read the following statement. In the past 5 years, there is no evidence of large-scale electoral fraud. There are only 11 convictions and 16 cautions issued by police. The overwhelming majority of cases either resulted in the police taking no further action or were locally resolved by the police issuing words of advice. And yet, under this piece of legislation, we must now use voter ID to cast a ballot in all elections. In the year 2021-22, 60 million votes were cast, including in 6 parliamentary by-elections, and there were just 33 reports of voter fraud, with 1 conviction and 1 caution. Conducting elections is stressful enough, being a candidate is stressful enough, and this will obviously place a huge burden on our electoral services team in our district and city councils. Voter turnout is already a challenge for us as candidates, and I think this will only make it worse. As the motion says, there are lots of sectors in society who will be disenfranchised. They won't have photo ID, such as a passport or a driving license, and those will mostly come from people at the lower end of the income scale. They will have to apply for a voter authority certificate, or VAC, from district or city council or directly online. And this, along with other forms of ID, will have to be inspected by staff at the polling station before they can vote. We know we can't change this, but this is a solution in search of a problem. It's an idea clearly copied from the United States, designed to make it harder for less advantaged people to vote. But we must be realistic and practical. As the motion mentions, we will make an offer to our district colleagues to support voter ID application facilitation by commissioning libraries so that staff, volunteers and IT equipment can be made available to assist residents. I think that's entirely sensible. We already use our library service to issue bus passes, and this seems like a logical progression. We debated earlier the merits or otherwise of a referendum on the congestion charge. And we heard, I think, that we on this side of the chamber are apparently not champions of democracy. But I will argue that this piece of legislation is a bigger threat to democracy than anything we heard earlier. I'm proud to second this motion. I fully support it, but let me leave members with a quote from former Scottish Conservative leader Ruth Davidson. I can't read all of her quote because some of it is not for family consumption, shall we say. I think they, the government, can't cite any evidence of voter fraud because I don't think there is ever any evidence to cite. I think it's trying to give a solution to a problem that doesn't exist, and that makes it politics as performance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Willard.
Thank you, Chair. Every single week, I go on a different street in my ward in Abbey to door knock and ask residents about various consultations, various views on local issues. And as we approach the city council elections in Cambridge, I remind residents as well about this new requirement of photo voter ID. I will just give you one example because we had a lot of very good data and statistics already. Last week, I was on the doorstep and I was having a chat with a resident about a very, very local issue on that particular street. And I mentioned, by the way, we need photo voter ID for these upcoming elections. And he said to me, yes, I do get a polling card. So isn't that still fine? And I didn't explain this is actually different from the polling card. You need a photographic form of ID. And I asked him, do you have a passport? And he said, no, I've never been out of the UK. I've never traveled. Why would I need one? And I said, okay, fair enough. Do you have a driving license? And he said, no, I actually don't drive. I only use to cycle and walk. I work quite close by. And then I opened the list from the Electoral Commission and I went through all the accepted forms of ID. And with most people, I do find one of the acceptable IDs, but with this gentleman, actually, he hadn't had any from this list. So then I told him, okay, then we have to get like this local authority voter ID certificate. And the first question that came through his mind was, I'm not good with online forms. Can someone local help me? Can you help me? Can a volunteer help me actually complete the form? And I think this is really something that will come across more and more as we are campaigning, as we're speaking to our residents. And the very difficult part of this discussion is that we actually don't know how many people are in that situation, because of course they're estimate, but we actually don't know how many people in our area are affected. And of course, not everyone responds on the doorstep. We can't canvass every single door. And we have to rely on our ability to outreach people through the different channels. So I'm really glad to see this motion today from Councillor Dupre, and of course we support it as Labour councillors as well, because it's a really important topic that affects all our residents. And I'm particularly pleased at the suggestion to be commissioning libraries at district level to support with voter ID applications, because it's exactly what the few residents I met who actually need help with this, need someone from the community, for example, from the local library to actually help them with this application. And in this sense, I would like to thank the county and district officers, everyone who's already doing some brilliant social media comms, going through like various local magazines and newspapers as well. At the moment, I see a lot more activity on actually informing people about this requirement. And I think it's really, really important. I have to say that unfortunately, there were a lot of predictions that this would happen, that we wouldn't be able to outreach to everyone on time, that not everyone will be involved. I see this on the doorstep. I see many people who still don't know about this requirement. There were plenty of civil society organizations, many briefings circulated to parliamentarians before the Elections Act passed. Now it's a bit too late to change any of that, although I do think from a pragmatic point of view, it should be delayed at least until next year, when some of the other changes from the Elections Act come into play, such as the eligibility requirement for EU citizens. But as with the government, it is how it is. They want to rush through this implementation. I think we have to be pragmatic about this. And I think this motion puts forward some very good suggestions to take forward as a county and make sure our residents are informed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowden.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. What a wasted opportunity this is from Councillor Dupre. If an application had been made, if a motion had been put before us to try to increase the awareness of the changes in the legislation and to ensure that more individuals, as many individuals as possible, get the necessary voter ID application through correct facilitation, who would have objected to that? We all want to see that. But Councillor Dupre couldn't stop herself. She had to also bring in some party political barbs and attacks against the Conservative government, knowing perfectly well that that will mean that quite a number of us will not be able to support this motion, whereas we're more than happy to see the overwhelmingly large number of individuals who qualify to get the necessary voter ID that they need in order to vote. But it is a false equivalence to say that because there have been relatively few voter fraud convictions over the course of the last 5 years, that there isn't a major problem. There have been really significant electoral infringements by candidates over the course of the last 20 years, some absolutely scandalous ones, some really large-scale ones. And I'm sorry to say that it does cross the political divide. I'll start off by admitting some of them have been from Conservatives, some from Labour. Some very notoriously will remember from Tower Hamlets First, quite a number, a disproportionate number from UKIP. there have been a lot of problems over the course of the last 20 years, and the integrity of the voting system is absolutely crucial when it comes to the legitimacy of the whole process. And mention was just made of applying for a library card. The idea that there is less security in going to vote than there is in getting a library card is one which is worrying. So I don't accept that there is no problem. I'm pleased to say that in, as far as I'm aware, the vast majority of Cambridgeshire, there isn't any significant problem. You don't have to go very far outside this county's borders to find places where there have been problems. And if you travel a little bit further, you'll find areas where there have been very significant, very serious problems indeed. So I'm pleased to support measures which ensure that we have maximum integrity for the electoral system. And I'm really sorry not to be able to support a motion which does say that we want to increase awareness of the change in legislation and want to facilitate voter ID applications. And I can't do so because of the way in which this motion has been worded by Councillor Toupret.
Thank you. Councillor Slatter.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to quickly reword what I was going to say, but I'll tell you the first bit anyway. I've been active in elections since 1980, and in all the 40-odd years since, I don't think I've ever suspected that people were voting fraudulently. There may have been one or two. I've certainly spoken with people who are conflicted, as they say now, about whether their partner, who was increasingly suffering from dementia, was really able to vote that day. But this is voters and thinking about it hard. My struggle usually has been to persuade people to use their vote. Surely that is a shared experience in this chamber. It is commonplace, as I'm sure colleagues will agree, to find someone in the last few days of a campaign who suddenly decides they will actually vote for the first time. You're on their doorstep, they suddenly realize it is something to do, that it's important to do it. If that person does not have a driving license or a passport to hand, there will be a problem, as Councillor Willard has found. Even if this voter decides sooner, the form for the BAC is long and complicated. I'm going to have to print out quite a few just to have them with me, and I certainly hope that we'll be able to have them in the libraries. I was going to assume that all the Conservative councillors were equally bemused and wondered where this idea had come from. I, for some time, didn't actually believe that these changes were coming. There'll be quite a lot of voters who just won't believe that that is what is happening in the UK. But I now hear that there was a groundswell of opinion that we needed some reforms, and I'm surprised by that. I know that there are going to be problems for our officers on the ground in Cambridge this summer, and I, of course, will be doing my best to spread the word about photo ID. But I do resent my taxes being spent on this extremely expensive and unnecessary, I believe, the unnecessary change. I regret the trouble that it costs for our officers and the polling day recruits, but we'll do our best. In Cambridge, at least they will get another chance next year if they get turned away this, but that's not exactly comforting in a democracy.
Thank you, Councillor Hathorn.
I think there are two parts to this. One is about making sure that everyone who wants to vote has the voting ID. And one is just about reminding people that this is what they need to do. This is the new system. And this is why this is such an important motion, because we've just got to say it again and again and again. I have never turned up to an election with a polling card, which is ironic because obviously I stand there asking other people for their polling card numbers. And I don't know if I had to have a polling card and I had to go back home. I'm sure I would, because I'm quite political. But, you know, I get the point that if you turn up to vote and then you're turned away, maybe you don't bother to come back. Maybe you haven't you can't fit it into your day. And that's what this is about. This is just making sure everyone is prepared. People who don't have that ID can apply for it, are aware of it, know what's going on. And people who have that ID, remember to take it with them. And I look through the motion again, and I really don't see that anything that's so party political or an attack on the government, which would cause problems. I strongly support this motion. I think it's absolutely what we should be doing, encouraging the residents of Cambridgeshire who want to vote to get photo ID so that they can engage and participate in the democratic process.
Thank you, Councillor Goldsack.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be brief. Share a lot of views. Been no surprise to you of my colleague, Councillor Bowden, so I'll keep them quite succinct. There are 6 points listed in the motion. Point 1, I'm going to put a freedom of information in request to ask how much we spend on pens for the Chief Executive to write to the government for things that are not liked by the current administration. Leave it out. Point 2, our sisters do. There's plenty to do at Cambridgeshire County Council. Don't try and be the district council as well. Okay, they're doing a good job out there. Leave them alone. Okay, how about potholes? Spending some time fixing that. Because second to congestion charge, that's the biggest issue out there at this moment in time. But no, we'd rather tell the district councils how to do their job. The last point on this is working with partners, including parish councils, to increase awareness. District councils are doing this. District councils are telling parish councils and town councils how to do this, how to help them with this. So look, you know, is this the greatest piece of legislation the government has ever put forward? No. Okay, there you have it. Absolutely not. Is this motion worth the paper it's written on and going to get us anywhere, or has it filled us from having another motion in here in time? I'll leave you to decide that one, but I won't be voting for it. Thank you.
Thank you for your brevity, Councillor Machini.
Thank you, Chair. Very, very, very super briefly, I will address the point that has been made about libraries. I mean, it's entirely possible for a library to decide that they want more proof before they hand over their property to somebody, because it might cost them money if that person doesn't then treat the book with the appropriate respect. The problem is, to be entitled to vote, you already have to do that. You already have to register and be part of the electoral register. So the idea that you add another thing on top of everything else. I speak here as somebody with a PhD who spent £3,000 for the right to vote in this country. That was one of the most difficult things I've done, even for somebody who probably is in the upper half of the population in terms of being able to manage the bureaucracy of these kinds of things. There is absolutely no way at all that there is any justification for additional hoops for people to jump through, and it doesn't compare to a library card. Thank you.
Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sort of on the fence on this because I wasn't going to lose any sleep if the government didn't do it. I'm not losing any sleep because the government has done it. I can understand it. It's actually incredibly easy for someone to go and vote fraudulently if they wanted to under the previous system. Would be almost no effort whatsoever. They'd simply go along to the polling station, say they were the name of someone who was in the area, and as long as that person hadn't already voted, they'd be able to vote. So incredibly easy to do, and I'm sure I don't experience it myself, but then how would I? So, but I'm sure it must go on all over the place. I have no doubt about that. So I think it's perfectly sensible to ask people for ID when they vote. Do I think it will stop loads of people from voting? No, I don't, because almost everyone has some form of ID, and if they don't, they can apply for one of these voter permission slips. I've been on the doorstep for several months now campaigning. Most people that I've spoken to are not only in support of it, they don't think it goes far enough. They think that it should be including postal voting as well, which they feel is rife for misuse. I don't know whether that's the case or not, but certainly my constituents seem to support it. And in Finland, the district council is doing a fantastic job of making people aware of the new rules, both in English and in other languages. And so I feel that plenty of information is out there. Thank you.
Councillor Count.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. It's amazing, isn't it, that we want to hear what the residents have to say. We want to hear their votes. But when it comes to consultation on council tax, the majority don't count. When it comes to massive demonstration against the congestion charge, the majority don't count. But when it comes to voting, there's something going on here. Instead of concentrating on county council business, as usual, the Liberal Democrat and the Labour parties prefer to concentrate on national issues, writing papers, letters, instead of fixing the potholes on our roads, which I might add, they cut the budget in real terms this year. Now, I would agree with one of the comments that was made. If somebody wants to vote, we should not to do anything to step in their way. We should encourage them to vote, and I hope we all do that. But I feel pretty confident, Chair, pretty confident that the people who oppose the congestion charge will find the way to vote in the May elections. The people who live around Coton and Cottenham will find a way to vote in their May elections. And I think you will find that people normally find a way to vote when they really care deeply about something, as you will find out. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Atkins. Thank you, Councillor Atkins. I don't see any other hands, which means we'll move to Councillor Dupre to sum up, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank Councillor Sanderson as Chair of COSMIC for his support in seconding this motion, and Councillor Boulat for demonstrating the uncertainty and lack of information that is still prevalent about this issue. Councillor Bowden referred to other forms of electoral fraud carried out by candidates which have nothing to do with identification of voters at polling stations and which would not be solved by the introduction of voter ID. He also referred to organised abuses of the postal voting system, and I cannot help but refer him to very recent events in Hertfordshire and further afield, in which Conservatives have sent out postal vote application forms with a return address to the local Conservative Association and a privacy statement at the bottom, which actually prevents them from passing the applications on to the local elections office. Both Councillor Bowden and Councillor Tierney warned darkly that just because we can't see large levels of voter fraud doesn't mean they're not there. That's the same argument as the one used for throwing salt over your shoulder as you walk down the road because it keeps the tigers away, as proven by the absence of tigers. Just to reassure Councillor Goldsack that we on this side are capable of doing 2 or even 3 things at once. No one is talking about the County Council trying to be the district councils. This motion just asks that we offer our own resources to support the district in getting the message out. It's called partnership. Voter ID will transform local elections, and not in a good way. Turnout at council elections is already just 30% or less. I agree with Councillor Slatter that it's not as if the biggest problem with our democracy is that too many people are voting. The government's plans will reduce that number still further at huge expense with disproportionate effects. It is now, I believe, too late to avoid this incoming electoral disaster. All we can do is to seek to minimise the damage inflicted, which I hope members will choose to do today in supporting this motion.
Thank you. So let's move to the vote then. Mrs. Rowe, could you please open the electronic voting? Oh, Councillor Dupre. Shouts. So Councillor Dupre has Councillor Dupre has asked for a recorded vote. Do you have 13 other people to join you in that? Thank you. So Mrs. Rowe, could you please open a recorded electronic vote?
Chair.
Oh.
The system has crashed. So we're just resetting it and then we will do the vote.
I can choose for you if you like. That's not recorded. Oh, it's here. So please cast your votes now.
Members in favour of the motion, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the motion, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. That's fine. Yeah. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. The result of the vote is 31 votes in favour, 20 against, no abstentions. The motion is therefore carried.
Thank you. Let's move on to the final member motion, motion of the meeting. This is one submitted by Councillor Alex Boulat. Can I ask Councillor Boulat to move and speak to her motion as set out on pages 5 and 6 of the council agenda?
Thank you very much, Chair. At least a very cheerful and hopefully cross-party topic today. I didn't go to school in the UK, but I had the pleasure to be tested on questions about British values when I took my Life in the UK test, part of the citizenship process I went through a few years ago. Migrants who aspire to be citizens learn about the fundamental British values: democracy, rule of law, individual liberty, and respect and tolerance. The motion I'm proposing today is about the fundamental British value of respect and tolerance. When I was elected to this council, almost 2 years ago now, one of the things people quickly noticed was that I was not born in the UK. And while the vast majority of people welcome councillors from a diversity of backgrounds, I had my fair share of comments from people, especially on social media, but also some in person, who are not happy that someone like me is in politics. Not because of my politics, which is a fair enough thing to criticize, but because of things I cannot change, such as where I was born. By the time I entered politics, I was already very used to hearing the go back home comments, because I had been campaigning in the migrants' rights space for a number of years. So when someone told me to go back home after I announced my election result, I used my knowledge of British values from my then recent citizenship test to respond to him. So I went on and said, "Dear sir, I would very much like to get back to my flat in Cambridge, but I'm on the bus stop right now. I'm waiting for the City 3 bus. Anyone else use City 3? It was cancelled, and I still have no clue when the next one is showing up. So could you please give me a lift so I can go back home a bit quicker?" On a serious note now, I got every type of comment, ranging from quite vile messages on the extreme end on social media, to just someone I'll always remember, someone once telling me he wants to kill all Eastern Europeans like myself, to what I would call quite moderate and sometimes quite cheerful, funny comments, such as people calling me a traitor, which I always appreciate. But the sad truth is, like many others in politics, this kind of stuff really doesn't affect me anymore, because like many in politics, I got used to hearing this all the time. The personal, of course, can make us political, but it doesn't mean we have to be unnecessarily personal in politics. We can exercise our free speech, which I support, and disagree passionately with each other while still being fundamentally a decent person. So I have been really saddened to see, especially in recent months, the level of abuse some of our fellow councillors cross-party of all different political parties have been subject to. And of course, members in this council are not alone in this. Looking at the Local Government Association census from 2022, as many as 7 in 10 surveyed councillors reported experiencing abuse and intimidation in the last year alone. That is 7 in 10. So in referendum terms, as we debate this today, that's almost a super majority of councillors who are experiencing abuse and intimidation. So basically, a lot of people are having quite a bad time for simply doing their job in politics and saying what they believe in debates. So I don't want to mention any more examples, because would be quite uncivil of me to even repeat some of the stuff that's being said about elected members, again, of all different political parties in this council in the public domain. I don't want to see more good people of any political party feeling like they have to quit politics because they reach a point where they are unable to balance the negativity they face day in and day out with their mental health needs. So what could we all of us do? Individually, we can all reflect on how we behave with our colleagues, with our political opponents, and with our residents. As a council, this motion is asking you members to endorse the Debate Not Hate LGA awareness campaign. And also as a council, we need to work better with the police to actually train us if, when, and how to respond to the sadly increasing abusive emails and other communications some of us often get when we are speaking about council matters. Finally, I also propose considering a live action plan to manage the risks that sadly too many of our members and officers are subjected to when fulfilling council duties. I don't want this to be a space today where we ask for personal apologies because of things we have said even today or in the past, or make party political points, because it is a really important and cross-party topic. So I really appreciated Councillor Count, who said that his group is happy to support this motion, and Councillor Goldsack, who will be speaking, so in seconding this motion today, as I understand it, because it really shows this is a topic beyond political divides. I genuinely hope this motion can have unanimous support. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder, Councillor Goldsack, I think?
Yeah, I'm very happy to second this motion, and I'll talk now if that's okay, Chair. I think the motion from Councillor Willard is very welcome, spot on. The recommendations are all endorsed by my colleagues and I. I'm just going to give a little bit of personal anecdote to this at the same time. When Councillor Willard received unprecedented abuse, I didn't go on to Facebook or onto Twitter and say, "Here you go, Alex, I'm standing with you." I contacted her personally and sent her a direct message and said, I'm with you. Okay, regardless of colour of rosette, I'm with you. You keep doing what you're doing. Okay. The same thing happened when a councillor who's just left us has just left us. I contacted her, wished her well, thanked her for what she'd done. I have regular chats with many members in this room across the divide. We have many laughs and jokes. I can even tell you that 2 independent support teams you've probably never even heard of in terms of football. So I think this camaraderie and coming together, I was told this when we first joined, that more often than not, we have so much more in common than that which divides us. Now, why do we not bring that forward and maintain that? I don't know is the answer. I don't know. I'm guilty of it myself. We get wound up, we get caught up in the thing. But I think what Councillor Willard, Alex has brought today is something that we can all get behind and ask for a better chamber. Can I just say, at the time of, what's the time now? At the time of 4 o'clock today, yeah, 8 o'clock when I left home this morning, right, and the debate chamber in here today, right, this is probably one of the best debate chambers today that I've been involved with, right? I think it's been back and forth. I don't think there's been any real animosity. I don't think there's been anything personal. I think it's been forthright and factual, okay? And if that's the way we can keep it, this is what Alex wants. Now, in terms of the excellent third-party support, you'll all have in your email, because I've just read it, you'll have it in your email, an email from one of the residents today telling all of us councillors exactly where we are and where we should go based on the decision reached this afternoon on the orchard. Okay, that's the kind of stuff that can escalate. I am aware of local members at district level that have had restraining orders put on people because of things that have come along. Okay, this is the protection we want. I'll be very happy on behalf of our group to work with Alex moving this forward and to some of the recommendations we come. I'm very proud to second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Machini.
Thank you, Chair. Last speech from me today, I promise. I just wanted, there's a number of things. I would like to thank Councillor Goldstaff for what he just said. I'll come back to some of that. I apologize. I decided earlier I would take the opportunity of a speech in this debate to first of all pay tribute to our former colleague Hillary, who left us recently, just in order to look after her mental health after a lot of the behavior that we are talking about today. Like, these things are real. Hillary was an enormous success story for the Labour Party and for this council, and I have said many times in many different forums just how lasting an impact she's had and how much better it would have been if she'd had a bit more than the 2 years she had. And I'm afraid there were people in this chamber earlier who were responsible for some of the things that she has had to endure and that had such a terrible impact on the way she felt. And I do want people to absolutely please and to do exactly what Councillor Goldstaff just said. If these things happen, please take positive action. And I think what Councillor Goldstaff said is a perfectly good example of positive action. There are a number of things that could be done. Please don't stand by, because this is killing us. It really, really is. And I decided very, very, very consciously that I would not go into some of the things that I have had. And, you know, it does have an effect, and it's not appropriate that one should just be expected to lump it. It's just completely not appropriate. And one of the things that I was hoping we could do, first of all, do please take positive action if you see it happening. It doesn't matter if you agree with us or not. You can still stay here in the chamber and vote, whichever way you want. But if your colleagues fall away because they can't manage, we all have a collective responsibility, and I think we should really, really accept that. The other thing I was going to say is that there has been, and I said I wouldn't mention any of the stuff I've had, no matter how graphic and how upsetting it was. But there are a couple of things that have started to come through to me recently, to my inbox, which have worried me tremendously more than any graphic or abuse content that I've received previously. And I make this point because I'm, unlike my colleagues who are far braver than I am, I cannot manage social media. It's just not going to happen. I wouldn't be standing here. I wouldn't be in this job if I had to deal with Twitter. And therefore I can make the choice not to. The problem is that stuff still comes, which is fine, I suppose. The problem is a couple of the comments I've had recently have really, really, really worried me. One of them dear councillor, I completely oppose everything you stand for, etc. and so forth. And if you stand for something like that, then I am not surprised you are receiving abuse. Second email, dear councillor, you oppose everything you stand for, etc. and so forth. And if you take policy positions like that, I am afraid you are deserving of what you are getting. I have had these emails, and they have made me feel tremendously worse than some of the other stuff, which might simply have been things scrolled onto my face. I don't particularly care about that. The problem is what happens when somebody sits back, looks at that, because I know they have, and decides actually you're driving policies through the council that make you deserving of that. I don't know where we're going to end up. So I would like to beg that people really take the time to really consider how they can make a change to a situation like this, because I don't think it's acceptable. And, you know, some of us might be able to last longer under this pressure. Eventually, all of us will buckle because it's just not right. And if something is out there in the world is wrong, you have to go out and change it. That's your moral imperative, whatever your job, whatever your position. So I would really like to ask people that after the debate today, and I have to say for probably the first time actually today, when I heard Councillor Gorsak speaking today, I smiled. Like I had a genuine proper, you know, it's been quite tense. Today I haven't smiled a lot, but I did smile when I heard him and it made me feel better. So I would like really to think that it's possible for us to do something positive to make this better for us, because we're all the richer for it if we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Slatter.
Thank you, Chair. I haven't had to jump through bureaucratic or cultural hoops to become a citizen of this country, but there are some bits of our culture that are absolutely rubbish. And I hope you don't feel the need to memorize or use those. And there are some proverbs which people actually use, but they are not true. Just because they're proverbs, the one I'm thinking of is sticks and stones may break my bones, but calling me names won't hurt me. Anything so transparently rubbish should never have even got into the English language, let alone be repeated through generations. We can see what it's for. It's trying to help somebody toughen up. But to my knowledge, broken legs are one thing. Upsets, hauntings of words are quite another. If I read on social media, all councillors are liars, I make no excuses. I am upset by that. I'm actually upset about it for all councillors. I mean, I've shared my ward, that's not a good way of putting it, with Labour and with Conservatives. We've gone on rotas together to do drop-ins. I respect those who stand for election, particularly those who get elected, because they, you know, they're taking on a job on everybody's behalf. And so I welcome what Councillor Gorsak had said. I thoroughly support what Councillor Willard has said. It does help when you're being buffeted on social media, when some kind resident slips in just a minute, that's not fair, she's doing her best, you know, it might be fixing a pothole or a noisy manhole. And that does help, doesn't it? So even though we cannot stop the insult or the defamation being said, we can help heal people by being kind. And I will try to remember, because now Alex has brought it to my attention, that we should do that. And I'm very pleased to hear that Mark Goldsax has done that. And we need to do more of that. Not just in the chamber, of course, it's in just ordinary everyday life. There is just one thing I don't agree with, and that is the debate, not hate. I know it's a catchy rhyming slogan, but actually, I mean, my experience of school debates is that it encourages polarization and an us and them. I'd rather have engage, not rage. But I don't think, I think it's a bit late to do that, but so I'll still vote for the motion. Thank you.
Are you proposing an amendment? I know, Councillor Coutts.
Thank you very much, and I won't bother you for very long. I'm delighted just to be able to speak in favour of this motion as well, as I'm sure everybody is. I feel slightly like Sybil Faulty, really. It's a special subject, the bleeding obvious, but I just wanted to say one or two things that I feel privileged to work together as part of a joint administration with members of different party. I feel privileged to work on committees with members of all parties, collaborating on doing the best that we can for our residents in Cambridgeshire. and I've enjoyed all of that. I'm really impressed that this is a cross-party motion, and I'm very pleased with that as well. That speaks volumes for us, really. It's great that we can do things with mutual respect, even when we disagree. And I think it's vital that reasoned debate is the way that things are decided, not who shouts loudest, not who protests most, but reasoned debate so that arguments can avoid the tyranny of the loud voice. If anybody is deterred from standing as a member of this council or any council by the threats that they might face, then that's a damaging effect on our democracy, and it's the beginning of a way down a very slippery and unpleasant slope. So I would just like to say thank you very much indeed, and I fully support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Shaler.
Thank you very much, Chair. Coming from a science background, I'm often surprised at the importance of debate. In science, instead of debate, we generally look for evidence or do another experiment. And while a bust-up might be fun to watch, I think when people vote, they vote for consensus rather than polarization. An adversarial system is not always the best way to get things done or find the truth. It leads more often to compromise and loss than win-win. And as Councillor Goldsack says, looking for what we have in common, we can find more resilient solutions. An agreement that is in everyone's interest is more likely to hold. Clearly, there are differences that are more party political, so we need majorities and allies and strategies and all the rest. But one would be pretty insecure not to support a good idea coming from the opposition. It could happen. When people behave badly in public, it seems to legitimize or normalize. This is especially from some pretty appalling behavior on social media, clickbait and language inflation. There is a curious effect seen in the United States with regards to the death penalty. If a state is experiencing a rising rate of capital crime and they get rid of the death penalty, the number of capital crimes fall. When, on the other hand, a state has a falling rate of capital crime and they put a death penalty in place, capital crime increases. Quite opposite to the idea that it would be more of a deterrent. It seems to legitimize or normalize killing. We are currently seeing an upswing in bad behavior towards members. Let's look after each other. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Newest member of the council, Councillor Seif.
Thank you, Chairman. And indeed, I am your newest member, and I'm phenomenally impressed by this love-in at the end of our debate today, which is very encouraging, and it certainly bodes well for the future. Now, I am a new member of this body, but I'm not new to politics. I've been involved in political life for the best part of 40 years. And over that time, I've seen some very bad behavior by national politicians and local politicians. In fact, in the election in which I stood most recently, or national election, I did stand as a parliamentary candidate in Chingford and Woodford Green, where the incumbent is Ian Duncan Smith. And that was probably the nastiest election that I've ever been involved in. Now, I've got pretty thick skin, but even I was discomforted by the way that some of the participants in the election behaved. For example, Ian Duncan Smith was sent excrement and dead rats and all sorts of very nasty, not a way that I certainly would support. And there were other things aimed at me, and it was very uncomfortable. I seriously wondered whether I should stand again for any election. And certainly my wife was very unhappy that I was doing so, but I'm glad I'm here. And what I would ask us to do in the context of this motion is to think across the water, where our friends in America have very uncomfortable politics as well. Obviously, I have in mind, and particularly the outcome of Donald Trump's election period as president and the events that took place on June the 6th. That was just, I mean, it puts democracy into the pale. It destroyed democracy We can do better in this country. We can be civilized in the way we talk to each other and debate with each other. And I hope that we'll continue to do so. So I very much support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Chair. Very pleased to hear all the comments which have been made so far. There's always a danger when we are too self-congratulatory that we fail fully to look at ourselves and think of some of the problems which can occasionally exist. The first thing is that as far as the running of this council is concerned, and every council is concerned, robust and open political debate is absolutely vital. It's really important that people aren't afraid, aren't fearful of putting their point of view across, and it is absolutely unacceptable for individuals, as we heard earlier today, to be personally threatened as a result of what they do as a councillor, and that has to be called out every single time. But whilst encouraging robust political debate, we clearly must not be offensive in what we do. Clearly, there's a line to be drawn and we cannot cross that line. But that doesn't mean to say that we have a right not to be offended. I'm offended by some of the political comments made by people I don't agree with. I'm offended by the comments, but they've got every right to say it. And I've got no right to say they shouldn't say it. And we've got to make sure that we protect freedom of speech at the same time as ensuring that those who are being offensive are called out. And it was Councillor Slutter first who mentioned one area which is a particular problem, and that is what happens all too frequently on social media. And I have to say that behaviour on social media tends to be a great deal worse than behaviour which takes place in person. And we all have to recognise that. How on earth it gets sorted out as a whole, I just don't know. I'm afraid my solution to it is not a very good one, which is almost totally to withdraw from social media. And I do nothing but post absolute factual matters, and I don't then get involved in all the descent into the mud that can follow that. And maybe that's a coward's way out, but I have to say that I find that that's the most palatable way as far as I'm personally concerned. But one of the things that we also have to recognise, and again, this is all parties, just as in the last debate, it happens in the Conservative Party, Labour Party, Liberal Democrats, happens all over the place. And I'm talking about it nationally, we see this happening in various councils. And that is, we have to be careful about what happens within our own individual parties. And there have been numerous occasions all around the country, all political parties, where bullying goes on within individual parties and within individual groups. And that is just as unacceptable as when it happens across the party political, across the chamber in party politics. So let's not be too self-congratulatory about it all. And let's always be aware that there are always dangers that when passions get too high, that individuals do cross a line. And sometimes they cross a line without even realizing they're crossing a line. And when that line is crossed, people need to be called out on it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Goodliff.
Thank you, Chair. As someone who works in the mental health field, part of my work is to deliver supervision to staff in schools and to assist with their difficult and stressful jobs and workloads. I naturally look out for others, and I'm a qualified mental health first aider. I've been horrified to see the way in which many of us have been treated in this role. What we do is difficult. It puts us out there. No, it shouldn't. It can and does make us vulnerable. I agree with this motion, the sentiment behind it, but I'd also like to remind us all that asking for support, reaching out for help and supporting each other is essential and should never be seen as a weakness. I'm speaking to myself as much as others here, but we do need to look after ourselves, and we should see this as an essential part of our role. Our mental health is as important as our physical health, and I'd urge us all to look out for ourselves. Thank you, Chair.
So thank you. Before we move to Councillor Willard, to sum up, I'm not supposed to speak in debates, but last year I had a bit of a struggle during the summer. I just wanted to say the first person to reach out to me was Councillor Goldsack. So I really appreciate that, Mark, and it made a real difference. So thank you very much. Councillor Willard.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you everyone for participating in this cross-party debate. It's really great to see some consensus finally in the council chamber today. Thank you so much to Councillor Goldsack for seconding this motion. I think a lot of good points have been raised in terms of being able to support each other as well as work cross-party on this important issue. Councillor Bowden, I do agree on the importance of robust debate. I definitely think we have to have like criticism of various policies within this council. And I do agree with your comment to look within our own parties as well, and how not only elected members, but some of our membership can behave as well within our own political parties. Councillor Mashini, thank you for being open with your own experiences on this and for paying tribute to the work of our friend Hilary Cox-Condren as well. And of course, there are a lot of different reasons behind resignations, but it's fair to say in the current political situation across the country, like those kind of issues around intimidation and abuse do play a big part in some of the decisions of many politicians across different political parties to resign or not to stand anymore in the next elections. Thank you to Councillor Slatter for sharing some funny anecdotes about British values as well. I didn't choose the title of Debate Not Hate. It's actually the Local Government Association's campaign, but I do think you can send them a suggestion, perhaps in the next iteration of their LGA campaign. On the issues around mental health, I think it's really important. One councillor, Goodliff, has been saying, because receiving a threat or some abusive comments can actually make the difference between you having a simply bad day or a difficult day in politics and you actually being into a mental health crisis. And I think it's really important to recognize this when we think about our own actions. And I have to say that, you know, personally, I do have a high tolerance of this. Often people tell me, like, you block everyone on social media. I don't block anyone, even some of my, like, you know, worst opponents who spam me all the time with stuff. I mean, like, it's your free speech. Feel free to say anything you want to me on Twitter, but we have to also recognize that how we personally feel and how we behave is not necessarily how others behave. So some other people like may actually want to protect themselves from such comments because they would deal with it and respond to them differently. So we have to kind of include diversity of views and reactions to this, and remember not everyone has the same tolerance to abusive comments as, you know, perhaps some of us do. Councillor Coots as well, thank you for your support and the points about the impact of abuse that can have on the impact of the well-running of democracy as well. I think some very important points there. Councillor Shaler, again, related to that in terms of like how do we make democracy more functioning. That's really important. We keep those considerations in mind. And for our newest Councillor Asif, welcome to the council, of course, and thank you for sharing your experience as well in the parliamentary campaign. I think like this kind of thing is not isolated to the council. It happens in all sorts of local and national elections. So I think it's a topic for national debate in that sense, as well as the impact on the local democracy as well. So I'll end here. I would like to thank everyone for supporting this motion. I do hope it can be unanimous. And once this, I mean, hopefully it will be supported. And if it's supported, I would invite anyone from the council to come up with suggestions and recommendations for what we can do further as a council, because one of the points in the motion is to refer to Constitution and Ethics for a live action plan around some of those issues. So if anyone has any suggestions, I'm quite happy to collect them cross-party and to bring them forward and work with members of the committee on this very important topic. So thank you everyone for your support today.
So let's move to the vote. Should we do a show of hands? All those in favour of the motion, raise your hands now. Any against? Are you sure? Any against? Any abstentions? That's carried unanimously then. Thank you very much. Item number 11, more questions. Next, we consider item 11A as set out in the agenda, Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority Overview and Scrutiny Oral Questions, which will be dealt with according to the protocol set out in Annex 1 of Part 4.1 of the Council Procedure Rules of the Council's Constitution. Can I remind you that councillors may ask questions for a response by the council's appointee to the Combined Authority and its appointee to the Combined Authority Scrutiny Committee, which hasn't met, which relate to decisions of the Combined Authority Board as set out in the generic report provided on pages 52 to 54 of your agenda. Can you please raise your hand if you wish to ask a question of Councillor Nasinger, the council's appointee to the board? Thank God. Good. Unfortunately, there's not been a meeting of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee since our last council meeting.
Sorry, there was.
It was yesterday. Okay. Good. Okay, B. I propose to take questions on fire authority issues. This will be dealt with in accordance with the guidelines agreed by the council. The report from the fire authority is included on the council's agenda on pages 55 to 59. Before I open the item up to questions, I'd like to invite the chair of the fire authority, Councillor Edna Murphy, to introduce the report.
Thank you, Chair. I don't really have many points to make about this report because it is self-explanatory. We're very proud of a lot of the things that we are doing in the Fire Authority. We're making a huge amount of progress with apprenticeships, with inclusion, and in particular, we have been dealing with of late the inspection, the national inspection, which we're in the middle of, but so far, obviously it's not concluded, but so far the team has just really excelled themselves. So we are feeling very positive about that, but I'm very happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions? No, thank you. That concludes that item. Final item of today's agenda is written questions under Council Procedure Rule number 9.2. No questions were notified by the deadline. That concludes the business of the agenda for today. Can I thank members of the contributions, all the public attended, and anybody still watching on YouTube, which is quite unlikely. But thank you very much, everyone.